Welcome to the PGL Major Copenhagen 2024. The story of CS2's first major begins with 4 region-based RMR events, which culminate with the major itself in Copenhagen. Let's dive deeper into all this. The first 2 regions are the European RMRs, 1 and 2. With a 16-team Swiss format each, they will decide the first teams that make it to Copenhagen. All matches are best of 1, with the exception of elimination and advancement matches, which are best of 3. The top 8 teams proceed to the major, while the next 3 teams have another chance to qualify through the LCQ, the remaining 5 teams being eliminated. The EU Last Chance Qualifier is a 6-team single elimination bracket, split into 2 stages, with all matchups being best of 3s. Stage 1 has 1 round with 3 best of 3s, the winners proceeding directly to Stage 2. Stage 2 is 3-team single elimination gauntlet, where the last team standing qualifies to the major. Within Stage 2, out of the remaining 3, the team with the best Buchholz score, which is based on their opponent's performance, advances to the second stage directly to Round 2, while the other 2 teams face each other in Round 1 of the second stage. In the Asia RMR, 8 teams will battle through a double elimination bracket. All matches are best of 1, while the advancement and elimination matches are best of 3. The best 2 teams from the bracket qualify to the major. North and South American teams will battle their way through a 16-team Swiss format. Elimination and advancement matches are best of 3s. All other matches are best of 1. The top 5 teams proceed to the major, while all the other teams are eliminated. The first Danish major will gather the top 24 teams across the globe. The event is split into 3 new different stages this year. The first 2, opening and elimination stages, are played in a 16-team Swiss format, while the last one, the playoffs stage, is an 8-team single elimination bracket. Final RMR standings will determine the major seeding for all participating teams. 16 will play in the opening stage, while 8 will qualify directly to the elimination stage. The opening stage will see 16 teams which will battle each other throughout 4 days to decide who will be in the top 8 and make it to the next phase. Elimination stage will gather 16 teams once again to try to grab one of the first 8 spots, which will take them to the Royal Arena, the battleground for the playoffs. There we will witness the greatness of the best 8 teams in the tournament, which will fight to decide which one of them will leave its mark in this chapter of Counter-Strike's long history, becoming the winners of the first CS2 major.
thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
For the past 3 weeks, 40 individual teams have been battling it out across Europe and Asia for their chance to qualify for the very first Counter-Strike 2 Major. 19 teams have made it so far, and with some quick maths, that leaves 5 positions left available. And well, that brings us here. Welcome, ladies and gents, boys and girls, to the PGL Copenhagen Major, America's RMR. My name is Cody. Joining me is the lovely Naokai. They brought us back, mate. Paris, now Copenhagen. I can't wait to kick this off.
Yeah, mate, what a tournament we are in for. 5 spots on the line. So, goes without saying, it's going to be a tough one. Who is going to make it through is the question marks on our mind. I think in a moment we can take a look through some of the teams here, and of course, in they come. There is a lot of talent on the line. There, of course, Complexity, one of the best teams here at the qualifier, one that everybody's looking towards, especially with their recent news that Jason Lake is keeping them alive, which we love to see. FURIA as well, the best of Brazil, hoping to keep that title moving towards Copenhagen. And of course, everybody's looking at Liquid, a new team, a new opportunity to shine once again in the Americas. And then joined by a really solid cohort as well, some of the best coming out of that tier 1.5/tier 2.
Yeah, I mean, we saw from last year as well, it's those tier 1.5 and tier 2 teams that can really stick to certain opponents. And well, we've seen a lot of these SA teams be good in their domestic scene.
Yes.
And North America be good in their domestic scene. Can they do it cross borders though? That is the real question. Yeah, this is an absolutely stacked lineup, and we're certainly looking forward to it, but not all of them can qualify. As you mentioned, only 5 teams can make it. Is it going to be majority NA? Is it going to be majority SA? Only time will tell.
Yes, that is the big question going forward. Of course, like you said, there is a few teams that we're going to keep an eye on. A couple of maybe dark horses as well.
Yes.
One I'm going to shout out, Red Canids. Matt, that side have been grinding recently, paying on a rebuild off the back of a little bit of a shaky roster shuffle, I think we can call it. Without, a shadow of a doubt, there's a lot of storylines coming in towards America's RMR. I think considering where things are at as well, a lot of teams playing with stand-ins, which is definitely going to change maybe the level of what we expect out of some of these guys. But man, it goes without saying, I'm excited. We're starting with a banging game here as well over on the B stream. You're not going to want to miss it. Complexity taking on Elevate. It's an NA derby here to start off the B stream, just how we like it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you were mentioning about some of those stand-ins, and well, some of them might just eke themselves out in some of those games. Let's show you our schedule for the rest of the day though. On the B stream, you're going to be joined by myself and Nao for the Complexity Elevate game, then M80 versus Oddik, and then we're going to throw it over to, I believe it's Brandon and Lucy after that as well. They're going to be your voices for Red Canids versus Wildcard, and then closing us out with Imperial versus NRG. NRG, a team which lucky to be here, actually. We'll leave the spice for them about how NRG managed to bring it onto this one. Well, that's on the B stream. I believe we're going to be seeing what's coming up on the A stream. It is a whole hort of Brazilian affairs with FURIA versus Nouns, MIBR versus Boss, Pain Gaming versus Legacy, and BESTIA versus Liquid. You're not going to want to miss that bottom one. Liquid, they've been looking interesting recently. They came into this event, I think, the 2nd lowest seed, so not great.
Yeah, but mainly off the back of kind of, a rebuild, a change, leaving the region, coming back to the region. It's good to see.
Launder said could potentially be the best NA has delivered in a long time, this new Liquid roster. So waiting to see if that, it's a claim for sure, but waiting to see if that is going to be possible for them. As mentioned, Complexity versus Elevate. Oh, one thing I do want to mention though, is not only a little bit of spice on the server, but off the server as well. Valve decided, hey, update. We are not using the new update. If you are a little bit out of the loop, there was an update a couple of days ago which adjusted some of the spawns on a lot of the maps and also some clipping for some lineups. I learned that the hard way. So we aren't going to be playing on that one. just in case you're wondering. We're sticking to what they're used to know, which was the adjustment to to Peak's advances and stuff from the other week as well, which this team, well, I suppose this RMR has actually had the most time to practice on.
Yeah, no, exactly. And of course, just to clarify as well, the teams did have a vote on it. They voted against sticking with what they've got. I think probably for the best in terms of right now. There's maybe a little bit, a few issues here, there, and everywhere, but there is good signs. You know, a couple of maps, Overpass seems to be a little bit less CT-sided, statistically the most CT-sided map at the moment, so it seems like there'd be good changes. Maybe Inferno might become a feasible map for once.
Are you going to start liking it again?
No chance. No chance at all. But yeah, so we are playing on the patch that was not of the update of a day and a half ago. It's probably for the best. I know there's maybe an argument to be made about getting ready for the major on the patch.
Yep.
But, you know, there's probably, like we always see with every update, there's maybe a little bit of an issue or a bug somewhere along the way. Let's take a look through some of the teams, not the least. Complexity, of course, to kickstart a big man, the bold buff of Elige. The main man we're looking towards, coming in towards this roster, their leader, their IGL JT, my South African brethren as well, hoping to do some damage, joined by Floppy, another North American maestro who has dominated the domestic scene and internationally throughout the large majority of the year. The Viking himself, Horzerk, joining on the big green of Complexity, and of course to round it all off, Alicia's bold brother, that Grim, of course, to lock things out. This Complexity team, it goes without saying, so damn scary.
Yeah, as you mentioned, freshly back under Jason Lake's wings.
Yes.
It's like the classic minus Jason Lake plus Jason Lake, like Thomas used to go for a lot. Spring groups in Kato didn't go too well for them. Not winning a map in spring groups at all, and going 1-2 in Kato. This moves us on to Elevate, though. Names and players who you may not have heard of before. We mentioned, of course, there is going to be a stand-in. There he is, man himself, MBG, Snav, Shane, Dare, and Peeping. Going to be rounding out that roster. There he is, Peeping himself. I mean, look, it's not great that they've got to have a stand-in here of MBG, because historically they would have Dia, who is a little bit head and shoulders above the rest of the team when it comes down to stats. If we look purely from HLTV rating, he's dropping 1.4s at the close quals. His next closest with Dare, dropping a 1.3. So, and I think everyone else was around that like 1 mark, so it's not ideal. MBG, friend of the team. So yeah, probably not practiced as much as you would like.
There's big question marks about Elevate coming in towards this tournament. Losing your AWPer, who's not only so vital to this team, but actually domestically speaking, one of the best AWPers in that North American region. It's a big loss. And now we look towards how the team is going to compose itself around that. You're looking at maybe if Dare's going to pick up the AWP once again. It's something he used to do back in the past. Does MBG then take Dare's roles? How much time have they had to really prepare with this change up? How does it change the roles coming in towards it as well? I think a lot of onus now becomes on Shane, one of the best riflers in this team, somebody who can cause a lot of damage and needs to, if he wants to compete against the long sides of Elige, Grim, Floppy, all who can step up in a big way in that rifling core. On the other side as well, we look towards the likes of Snav, right? He's got to call a masterclass here. It goes without saying this is not going to be an easy matchup.
No, not at all.
But losing the main man in your team doesn't help either.
No, definitely not. I mean, you basically hit the nail on the head. This is Complexity's game to lose. They can only really trip over if they haven't been prepping at all for Elevate, just focusing on the bigger teams at hand. But the question is, how much effort have Elevate put in here? You got your Vitos at the bottom of the screen. There goes Mirage. Can't say I'm particularly surprised about that one. Their Perma, of course. Elevate Perma, well, at least with their normal, is Anubis, but that doesn't go as of yet. That's going to be Vertigo, with Complexity banning that out as well. What are you expecting here? Because I was expecting a Vertigo to be picked up.
I would probably maybe look towards an Ancient. I think right now Ancient seems to be the Pugger's paradise, especially with Inferno looking a little rough around the edges of how tight it is. A lot of complaints from the pro level. I wouldn't mind seeing an Ancient come through. I feel like it maybe justifies the best of both teams. You look at kind of the little bit of the controlled chaos of Elevate, but looking at obviously just the carnage that can be brought to the server. It looks like
Nuke was being played.
We might actually get it as well. Is that or the Inferno? Inferno feels inherently like a bit of a risk.
You really don't want to see Inferno,
for me, it's more down to a confidence call out of Complexity. How much they back themselves. And I think that's probably the right call here. When you go towards an Inferno against a side of Elevate's caliber, and also, you know, a map in which actually pretty good on, traditionally speaking, I think it's a risk. The Ancient, for me, wrote itself in the books here. I felt like it was always going to go here. It's a map in which Elevate, you know, previously known, domestically speaking, as Timbermen, play this map a hell of a lot. Complexity, they have played it the success has been here, there, and everywhere, but you've got to compare the kind of caliber of opponents that are against these two sides. I think Complexity will still be fine here. Regardless of where they start, they should have a lot of control here, and it looks like it's going to be Complexity on that T side.
Yeah, I mean, there is the elephant in the room as well, the fact that Elevate are playing with a stand-in. You need to have a definitive CT side plan here, and if you don't have that, then it's just not going to go well for you at all. Has MBG been able to fill into those shoes as of yet of the missing player? Who knows? Only time will tell, and I think soon we'll be able to find out on the server. Yeah, I really want to see a Vertigo, man. I'm upset we're getting Ancient, but hey, it is what it is. That's my Vertigo copium, though, to be fair. So.
Yeah, Elevate never letting that through. There's no chance in hell. But honestly, I think coming in towards this, it goes without saying, not only this matchup, but probably this tournament, this is Complexities to lose. Yeah. I'd probably say, at least my whole opinion here is that they should go flawless.
They go 3-0, you think?
I feel like that puts a lot of pressure on them. It gives us the casters curse. But when you look at the qualifier, went flawless throughout the qualifier, they win over PA as well. Started not only in a dominant fashion, a 2-0, but it was a 13-0 and a 13-6. So, you know, they're taking down top-level domestic opponents. You know, PA or side have got a lot of international experience playing in the likes of ESL Challenger Leagues on those lands, and still Complexity make it look easier. So I think for me, this feels like their tournament to lose. And also, yeah, Kata wasn't great, but maybe, you know, we can play the devil's advocate of saying, you know, saving strats. But I think it's always, you know, start of the year is always some weird results coming through. So I think, generally speaking, I'm feeling confident coming towards this, especially as well, as we mentioned with the news of Jason Lake buying back the team from Game Square. I'm really glad to see Jason Lake continuing to give all of that success to Complexity and letting this side thrive, especially because when the acquisition came through, there was question marks because it is a direct conflict of interest. Is it going to be FaZe, the team that FaZe stay on with the Game Square merger? Is it going to be Complexity? How do they work it? Now we get both. We get two top-level Tier 1 teams playing at that kind of international tournaments time and time again. But ladies and gents, it looks like we are getting ready to go. Complexity going to be starting on that T side. Elevate starting on the CT side. It's the Americas RMR B-Stream underway, our first best of one to kickstart things.
Yeah, mate, I can't wait for this to kick off. This is, well, I mean, for Elevate, it's been months and weeks in the making. Complexity the same as well. They want to try and well, bounce back off the back of a rocky start to the year. But as you mentioned, start of the year, don't worry about it. It's all good. Looks like we are just going to be paused for a brief moment. There we go. Just so I mentioned it. It gets on pause. Util on both sides. We are going to be seeing this pistol round, and oh, look at the direction that Complexity are facing. This looks like the easiest B rush I've ever seen in my entire life. Anything spicy on the pistol front? Nah, just the Glocks. No Julies yet. We'll be waiting to see those in a few rounds further. Here we go. Underway.
Julie's on there. He's picked a pair up.
Oh, he has got one.
Yeah, he's
chilling.
There we go. So far, though, Complexity, big asks of them. Starting off this best of one strong is the push.
Oh, this is Aggie.
Yeah, Shane gonna get him nice and close here. Might catch one off guard. Never catching JT. Will clip him, drop him down. Dare for the trade to level the playing field. But Liege now gonna pounce. Jumping in towards the site as all MBG under a lot of pressure. Down he'll go. But all goes the way of Elevate. Snav and Dare combine on the site and close things down. Complexity try to pop B and they get caught.
There's the Julie's buff. That's what it is. They got so aggro when it came over towards ramp, just trying to get aggressive up in the face of Complexity, and it did work, but it gave Complexity a little bit of a barrier to be able to just go, oh, okay, well, that's blocked off. Let's push out onto the site. Didn't work out in their favor. MBG, not good for any, but I mean, when Dare's just hitting headshot after headshot, there's not really much can really be said. First round on the board for the CC side. Let's see if they can replicate it. Again, 4 on the board for Dare, and with the M4 in hand, it's not going to be the first face they see as of yet. It begins to rotate. Smoke, plumes. Now here comes the push. Shane. Trying to open it up, but Dare, no, manages to find a couple more kills here as well. This is just eco-frag after eco-frag here. Snav, so much money in the bank off the back of that MP9.
Yeah, very, very simple, all things considered. Elevate making this look easy. Of course, you see the odds and they're favorable towards Complexity, but overall, Elevate, this has been a really strong start, and you've got to hold that caveat above every single game here. Best of ones can be a coin flip at times. Whoever comes out the gate quickest can gain a lot of momentum. That's what we're feeling. Elevate, so far, so good.
One thing we didn't mention as well is the fact that with this Swiss bracket, it's kind of no holds barred. No? If you go X and 2, you lose 2 games at all during this, you're gone. GG, you're going home. You're out of Monterrey. Let's see what people can find inside of mid. Absolutely bodies a lead with the backup there from Dare as he was caught lacking just a little bit. Snav looking for an aggressive angle over towards lane as well. Nothing to be found as of yet. Floppy. Oh, hands off his keyboard.
right now, so far, so slow. Oh, I think this is looking of a technical nature, maybe.
Damage has been done in the round. I don't think anything can happen.
You can't. Rules are rules. So Holzer going to try and bail them out. Shane up close with an MP9. Holzer.
I love this stack.
Waiting for the opportunity. Double stack in through ramp. One round the corner as well to support Holzer. The swing is good. The find is good. Shane will drop. Levels the playing field 4v4. And the weaponry better speaking over towards Elevator. No need to panic just yet.
Peeping. Head ripped clean off his shoulders by Grim inside of mid. And now we're going to be seeing a little bit more aggression here from Snav, who did just leave his teammate to fall to the wayside. Floppy taken down. Now in this 3 versus 3. Weapon advantage firmly to the way of Complexity right now. Snav kind of in no man's land as he's just trying to pick up the pieces here. Looks to recover a weapon, does indeed do so. Dare as the bomb gets planted by Hulzerk. Looking to execute over towards CT. MBG backing up his teammate. Grim needs to be good for both here. To make this a clean round for Complexity. Are they going to be able to clear it? MBG, basically human flashbang at that point. But JT comes out as well to take down the rotating Dare. And Complexity get themselves on the board.
Do you know as well, very important because Floppy was non-existent in that round,
Yeah,
you know, basically because of the technical issue. He dies, but he's actually a bit of a human flashbang. Gains a bit of information of that flank, pushing through ramp. So it's something to work with. For now, though, we will just slow things down. Technical issue. Of course, that means no chatting, fellas. Keep it zipped for now in these tech pauses. The rules are rules. Hopefully, Floppy can be fixed and we can get back underway. Good response. Basically playing really a man disadvantage. And they make things work in their favor.
Really clean. What sort of reaction do we need to see now from the CT side? Of course, they gain quite a lot of econ, right?
I don't think it's too much of a worry here. You know, that was a bonus buy. They're coming in with MP9s. It's not too much to stress about. They made it a little bit expensive. Couple of kills coming through. Nothing too problematic. Now they're going to have rifles to work with. I don't think they're going to be too problematic. They could even, if they wanted to, squeeze out an AWP here. I'm not too sure whether that's the play, but we'll wait and see.
Little smirk on MBG's face.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like he's rocking Dia's shirt as well.
I was about to say, that is not his shirt.
All right, we have been given word we should be going back on the way in a moment. Of course, the players are all out in Monterrey, Mexico.
Lovely and warm out there, I've heard.
Yeah.
A little bit nicer than over here. We're in Bucharest, Romania, but bloody hell, it's a lovely city, isn't it?
It
We've been here
is.
for a couple of days now.
I was told it's been cold. It's been pretty good.
Yeah, I was about to say, Yumi was like, "Oh mate, wrap up," and I was like, "Okay, I'll bring a big jacket. I didn't bring one for Copenhagen. I don't want to mess that up again." And then it's like, "Oh, it's like UK weather. It's
13,
fine,
14 degrees. It's all right. It's not actually too bad. Not too bad. Hopefully, should be back on the way in a second. Looking at the response. How warm do you think it is in Ancient? I mean, it's tropical. It's basically the same temperature as Monterrey. So probably exactly the same as what it is there now.
Probably.
For now, though, we will wait and get back on the way in a second. We're looking at this response coming out of the Elevate side. Of course, for them in this tournament, there is expectations to maybe do something. Recently, performances have actually looked quite good for them. Qualified to Blast Showdown, of course, which is good for Elevate. A side who, for a long time, have kind of been in that upper echelon of the domestic scene, but maybe not got as much international experience under their belt. It's important.
MBG playing with them during that event. Who was it they brought in? Because Dia also can't make that one, right?
Yeah, they have gone for another change as well. Off the top of my head, I can't remember who they're actually
I believe
playing
it's a
with.
German player, but I can't.
Yeah, I know Dia can't make that one either. Apparently he's lost his passport. Yeah. You hate to see it. You hate to see it. It's probably not the easiest thing to reacquire either. So yeah, you know, you hate to see it.
Want to lose.
Yeah, you can't really air tag that thing. So yeah, you know, hate to see it. Hopefully he could get it. I mean, I feel like they've kind of already committed now for Blast Spring Showdown. It's only around the corner.
Like they've got Russell Locks and stuff, right? So.
But maybe in the future. I mean, it seems like at the moment, this Elevate side are actually doing really well in terms of the qualifications. They're going very far in terms of a lot of these open and closed quals. They're pushing a lot of the upper brass in that region quite decently far in some of these games. You know, big wins over teams like Wildcard, who are up there in terms of that top level, of course, led by Stanislaw. They're taking out NRG on what seems like a regular basis at the moment. I think where we had some of these orgs come in, especially like NRG, it felt like maybe things were going to be quite top heavy, where none of these maybe slightly smaller or slightly more unknown on an international level squads wouldn't get the opportunity. But hey, credit to them. These guys have been grinding out and playing well. And they got lands. 2 lands back-to-back under their belt. No complaints. Let's take a look for the replay. It started quite well, actually. Peeping. Nice aggro down mid. The flash didn't catch him. Yeah. Floppy did die into his cubby, but he was, I mean, he was completely basically AFK there.
That was a 3-kill on Floppy,
yeah.
That was a shame. But Complexity still managed to convert the round, which is the most important thing. Oh, no, we're back! back. Let's go. Floppy's back into the server. Complexity trying to get a lot more mid-control. This is a lot different from what we've seen in the first 2 rounds. Of course, one was a pistol, so chalk that one up as much as you will. But Elevate usually getting a bit more mid-control than what we're seeing here. A lot of smokes being committed. Donut completely smoked off. Red Room the same also. Peeping does have to fall back towards CT. He can't deal with it. Doesn't want to deal with the AK of Eliege, which is just about to go around the corner. I think he spotted him, but Peeping lucky to escape his life right now. This is Complexity's map at this current point.
Yeah, slowing things down. 1 minute 10 to work with. I mean, as we said, they're wielding the green. That Dia wasn't able to bring with him. Swing on the corner, will cast the but Dare goes down, but MBG answer back. Floppy out traded. But Eli's going to try and close down the gap coming through Donut. It's a double push as Grim has the support. Now they've got the site and a smoke and an aid to come through towards CT. Should allow for a safe plant. This retake's not going to be easy, but the numbers remain level.
MBG most likely going to be playing the entry contact here. The human flashbang on 12 HP. Oh, that timing could have been absolutely dreadful, but it wasn't, as Hulzerk, he just simply don't miss those. Snap going to get taken down as well, and now Shane, MP9 in tow. Smoke now fading. Needs to retake this site as quick as possible. Head ripped off the shoulders of Eliege. Going to be looking for that final frag also on JT in this 1 versus 1. Weapon advantage going towards JT as well, though. He's tapped the bomb at least once, knows that he's going to be on the site. Can he find this kill? AK versus AK now as he hunts around the donut, doesn't check the angle, and JT is going to be good for that kill onto Shane. 2-2 now, Complexity completely wiping the slate clean. Bring this level.
Yeah, difficult for Shane there as well. Tapping towards the bomb. The expectation that he's playing through main, but it's a nice little crack angle in through Donut. Simple, effective. And that will now bring a lot of that momentum. A lot of the wind in the sails in the favor of Complexity. Money broken over towards Elevate. They're just going to go in towards that lower buy. Bit of an eco here. Potentially a bit of a stack over towards that B site. Is where they sort of default to. Complexity. Good response off the back of a lost pistol and a force off the back of it. And now started to gain some decent control.
He's got Zeus. Come on, first game Americas. This is what I want to see. This is quite aggressive, MBG though. Just looking for the info here. Dare as the backup. Util just completely expunged on this B-bomb site. This looks completely free for Complexity. Elevate are just going to be relocating themselves, going together as a 5 once that bomb is now down.
May as well give it a go.
Yeah.
Only got pistols. It's not exactly like you've invested all too much to be worried about. A couple of upgrades. If they can pick up a rifle and keep it alive into the next second AK, you take that all the way to the bank and back, but probably the expectation here is that it's not going to be the case. 1 or 2 would be great. Probably not going to happen though. They get a mopped up. Grim going to make it a double. Horzo gets the first, and now they can 1 by 1 be dropped like dominoes. Just a couple left. Shen and Peeping look for anything, and they're given nothing.
Oh, Peeping. Little sneak. He's just trying to run him down. It's like, Grim, I'm coming for you. I'm going to grab you. Not going to be the case. And, well, he is just going to be the sacrificial lamb. Falls to the bomb as well as Complexity now take the lead. And that money starts to build up. Not losing a single soul there. Making, well, I suppose against pistols, pretty damn easy. This is what we expect from Complexity. Those first 2 rounds, don't worry about those. Clean, collective, tactical. Ensuring that they're not losing any silly frags here and there.
Yeah, it's calm. It's level-headed at the moment as well. Elevate. Need to see something out of these rifle rounds. They've not offered up a huge amount thus far. Against those ecos and half-buys, there was a conversation to be had. Against the rifles, so far, not so good. Mid-control going to be taken by Elevate here. Molotov and a smoke to come down to keep them at bay. And Complexity opting not to test in towards elbow. I don't mind this decision, but it's a risk. You've got no shelf control, no mid-control. So this A-pop, sooner or later, is going to be figured out. And MBG going to stick up close here. Got the right idea. Shadow spotted. Molotov comes down. Sticking up close for 1, 2, 3. MBG lines them up and drops them down. Elevates for already leveling things in their favor, surely now from a 5 versus 2. Unlosable, you would say.
You've gone and said it now, haven't you? Dear Lord, MBG. Super sub in this round, at least. Timing on the molly was perfect. No hesitancy there. What can Complexity do? I mean, they do still have bomb control, still on the back of JT. A universe, they can get that bomb planted. Liege reveals himself inside of mid as they position themselves back towards that A-bomb site. Once again, they can find at least 1 random, clean bullet onto the head to be able to open up this A-bomb site, then maybe But this isn't aggressive at all. This is almost positioning for, let's just hold back and save these rifles, but...
I think a lot of this comes down to whether there's an overextension for Elevate. If somebody goes, you know, prodding in towards main, maybe they can make something work. Yeah, a lot of this, though, if they want any sort of a chance, it felt like Elysia had to find a kill a lot earlier. But the bomb on the back of JT, it looks like they will conclude the round. Super standard MBG with 3 kills from a Molotov for the first, and he sprays down the other 2 as well. One of the real kind of talking points about the changes from Go to CS2 with this map specifically, it's so easy to get a lot of A main information because of those shadows. It's all MBG had to hold for. And that'll be that. All tied square. 3. For Elevate now to level things, and just as we were calling upon them to do something on the gun round, that's exactly what they answer with.
Yeah, incredibly clean. I mean, there was a thought in the back of my mind, was like, oh, he's going to get overwhelmed here. Like, this just isn't going to work out in MBG's favour. But hey, proves me wrong. We're going to be seeing it here again. Yeah, a little bit of a shadow. Molly goes down. He's like, don't worry, lads. I've got this one all under control. Takes down the 3. And that ends the round. 20 seconds in, basically. It's like, okay, cool. Put your feet up. Go make yourself coffee.
The thing is, as well, for Complexity, even if they managed to find their BG, there's 2 more players around the corner. They would have been in trouble nonetheless. And this is where maybe not even testing elbow or not even looking towards shelf leaves you a little vulnerable. They were able to go for that stack and it worked well. And again, they'll slow things down, Complexity out the gates here, but they're peering up towards ramp. They're going to play a contact player to lead the charge, and leads to find the first. Great find, and a Molotov on the corner as well. Give them space and assurance over the site, and snap double Molotovs out. Yes. Already, Complexity getting so much control, and Elevate forcing a tough retake.
Yeah, Molly's just been deployed absolutely everywhere, pumping the brakes on Elevate. Not going to allow them to get into any position. Oh, he wasn't expecting him there, but oh, it was a laboured spray, but Grim does manage to come out on top. Elevate now, running away. Just going to be saving these. Grim could be good for a couple, but unfortunately not. It's the overwhelming firepower there. I mean, there is... Grim is probably the only person that they really want to be losing here, but looks like they are going to be going hunting. I wouldn't on this econ, but fair enough. I respect it. Really want to make sure these AKs are ripped out of their clutches. Bomb. Now exploded. Everyone's fine. Don't worry about it. 4 faces 3, but... AKs are saved.
Yeah, there's silver linings both ways. I think for Elevate, who immediately get shut down there, having a couple of AKs to work with is a bit of a silver lining. But all things considered, nice response from Complexity. Back and forth Counter-Strike so far. And a good call out of JT as well. Contact play out ramp. There was no smoke or no molly towards doors. So they may as well play up close and see how much mileage they can get. And of course, goes without saying, Elige kick-starting things well. Nice swing and a find, and that's the sight and basically the round in a matter of moments.
Yeah, Snav really needs to find that opening kill for them to have a say in it. He going up against Elige, it's a difficult one to find for sure. Elevate once again gaining this mid-control. Looks like Complexity almost just handing it to them round after round now. Realise they don't need it. Dare opens that kill onto the IGL of Complexity. MBG. Solo holding this time over on the A-bomb site. Is he still going to be good for his 3 kills that he got previous? Let's wait and see. Right now, Dare going to get tagged down slightly. The rotate's now coming down round from mid, but the Molotov's slowing them down. They have an inkling that Elige is behind them, that he hasn't activated as of yet.
It's timing.
Yeah, Util is just being thrown left, right, and centre as well. Oh, he's just waiting for the steps. It's up mid. Snav now going to be executing out onto the bomb site, but the Molotovs again just holding them back. Grim just trying to draw as much attention as possible. Elige now bringing up from behind. MBG from CT Spawn picking up Grim.
Okay, Elige boosted up.
Oh,
finds
nice
one, sticking on it. Elige gonna find one more. Elige adding even more to the tally as Floppy will close it out just when they needed a hero. Superman himself stands up to the task. And Elige, that was looking a little dicey and a little uncomfortable. And the man, the myth, will close things out. Floppy to mop up the final remnants of Elevate in that one. But Elige upon high needed a miracle and finds 4.
Exactly what you needed from him. It was either going to be contacts inside of mid or it was just going to be that late lurk round from A. Was always going to have an impact in the round. Just, well, where did it come from? But 4 kills. Even that's more than what we were expecting. Pistol buy up now from Elevate as they are now 2 rounds in a deficit. But they're upgrades. There's a world that he can still do some damage here. And with Dare on this close angle, not really looking to fall off anytime soon. Double nade.
Would have been hard as
on the
well.
wrong angle. Yeah, absolutely.
Sure they know he's here. They don't need to test him
JT's
here.
holding it. He has an inkling.
And now, what goes a little quiet? Pumping the brakes, Complexity. On the corner.
Dangerous.
Also posted. 5-7 lurking, looking for a fight. And actually, as he crosses, he gets one. 5-7 on close. One. Make that two for Dare. 5-7 one-tap headshot at close range. And Dare showing why. Grim. Well onto back, and Horzerk making sure to level things out here. Now they're going to go for a rotate. They've got good timing. In through Donut, they should get the site. All they have to worry about is Temple.
Oh, peeping. Yeah, he's about to jump out of it as well. He can find Grim. He does. God, these pistols being so damaging to Complexity right now. Floppy just needs to stick this bomb. Taps it once, waits for the swing. No one to be found as of yet. Horzerk getting busy inside of mid, up against the AK. Finds it with the final bullet in the AWP. Now it's just back down to the pistols. Much harder for Elevate to be able to continue this one. No util to speak of from that CT side either, so it's just got to be dry peeked into a very strong AWPer. And with Floppy there to back it up also, oh, it doesn't even matter. It's all going to be Horzerk. He finds those 4 kills. An incredibly influential one that he found inside of Cave as well. Finding Dare and ensuring that no additional ground was laid there, ensure that they can just go easily through mid, out towards Donut and onto that A-bomb site, and eventually secure the round for Complexity.
Yeah, a couple of I guess consolation kills for the Elevate side. They can take a couple of silver linings, but I think fundamentally we're already getting to a point now. It's 6 rounds on the T side. Complexity have guaranteed at the bare minimum it's going to be a tied game, and the way they're playing, we expect that to be pushed even further forward. Minimum 7, if not more. Heading in towards Elevate. Could be in trouble here. The flash is good. Peeping. His own flash popped off of Cave. Will catch Challenge, but Grim Alanta back in response. Also, a deep flash from him to support that mid push. For the first time they're taking elbow control, but Snav lines it up. Grim will fall. He's forced back with a Molotov, but already Elevate forcing Complexity to pump the brakes themselves, which they didn't want to do.
Yeah, Floppy almost just not wanting to do the brakes, just not wanting to pump them, just being like, no, don't worry guys, I'm just going to push out onto the B-bomb site from my frags, and gets, well, a barrage of bullets fired at him, and changes his mind. It's like, you know what, maybe you guys know what you're talking about. There is that man advantage going towards Elevate right now. Still trying to find information inside of mid. That's the main crux right now. Complexity have little to no information other than the fact there's an M4 over on that B-bomb site. And well, there's the M4 over on that B-bomb site. It's Floppy gains a not so nice introduction to it. Snav can go for the swing as well. Horzerk, uncharacteristic miss from him. Off the back of the Ferrari peak from Snav. Nothing lost, nothing gained. Other than information for Elevate. JT, looking to be the first point of contact. Shane, off angle held, waiting for them to swing out onto the bomb site. 30 seconds on the clock, we need to see a push here. Needs to happen. Molly goes down to be able to stop them, but Smoke in retaliation. And that's either a rotate through mid and get yourself over towards that A site, or looks like we're saving this AWP and an AK.
Yeah, time ticking.
Yeah, no time now. They have to either commit to the B-bomb site or just stay inside of Cave. Oh, Snav's been so clean with this M4 in this round. Manages to take down Horzerk. JT takes a lot of damage. They are just going to crunch on him. So many angles for him to be able to cover, and Snav once again finding another kill. This is round after round after round. We've got 4 Ks from individual players.
Yeah, so far, so good. Good response as well. I'm loving that contact play coming through down ramp. Getting a lot of early information. Even if he dies there, you can actually take a lot of positives away from it. It's going to force Complexity into a timeout, an opportunity for TC to have a conversation with the lads. And I think probably, that's what I'm saying, needed. Him and JT combined. Money not exactly bountiful over towards the T side. So they might even be playing here for a final round 7-5, which doesn't exactly fill you with joy. Complexity have been made to work for this game so far. And we kind of questioned what we were going to see out of Elevate, but everybody in their own way, stepping up. MBG, question marks, reservations about the stand-in. You know, someone who didn't perform that well when he was in this team, statistically speaking, was, you know, one of the weaker players. But, hey, man, he's had his moments as well.
Yeah,
was A site. He really has stepped on the big way. And Snav, talk about leading for example, right? The IGL really finding a lot of form deep down ramp there. Really causing a lot of a ruckus towards Complexity. They just didn't even expect the brazenness, the confidence to go for that sort of peak. And my God, did it work.
Couple of slower pickups on both sides. Floppy only got 2 frags. Shane only got 1 to his name so far, but still early doors. Only 11 rounds deep.
Gone for a force here as well, right?
Yeah,
so you got triple Galil. AK coming out as well. Spam's not exactly far either as well. Shane fluffs his lines and Floppy will punish. Looking for 2, and the Galil is pretty damn close. Might go for a swinger, Elish. Gets a tag, gets 1 of his own. JT with that pistol making it work wonders up close and personal. Now it's getting a little risque. And Elevate, it's not looking good. Snav, the only call he's making is to save in this one. As Complexity make it 7. We said, are they going to buy for the last? They choose to do it now. And they catch Elevate sleeping.
That's an incredibly strong performance from Complexity. Ensuring that your timeout guarantees a round. That was the most convincing round we've seen from them so far. That B execute was perfect. They knew the timings. They've learned where Elevate begin to play. And managed to just punish these small little mistakes that we're seeing from Elevate.
Yeah, quite brazen there as well. Elevate. 2 players pushing through smokes out of CT. Definitely a question mark to be had in terms of the hastiness for a retake. I feel like when you're in these situations, you know Complexity are going for a force. Yeah. You know you kind of shatter that econ, at least to a decent degree at the tail end of that previous round. So you know that in post-spawns, the Utah's going to be quite thin. And the best way to play there for Elevate, obviously, it's so easy to say with the benefit of hindsight, was just to pump the brakes a little bit, wait for that CT smoke to fade, and then use your wealthy Utah on a retake. Something Complexity didn't have the luxury of. But
I did not see the bomb go down on A, by the way.
Yeah.
I thought it was a big plant.
Yeah, it was all a ruse. It was all a ruse. And that's the thing. That's where, for us, I like Elevate, maybe you just need to slow things down. Basically, they need to recollect their thoughts. What was actually happening? And they're going to call for a pause of their own. I don't mind this at all.
No.
I feel like it is something that is needed for the team. A good opportunity as well. Just have to have a little conversation with the team. They're not doing bad by any means. This is a map which is traditionally at the moment seen as, even though statistically not the same, it feels T-sided. It's one of those ones where you get a lot of space. Of course, they made those changes probably about 6 months ago now, actually, off the top of my head. But where they move those T-side spawns a little bit further and then move the CT spawns a little bit back. So it meant that you actually can fight in towards elbow if you want, which you've only seen Collective do once, in all fairness. It's a one round in which they won as well, coming through mid.
Yeah, look over towards CT. This is where it gets just a little bit messy. MBG just swinging through the smoke and Dare doing the same as well. A little bit more of a collective approach probably would have been better there, but I mean, obviously it didn't matter because the bomb was implanted on the B-bomb site. It was just fragging. It was just a DM server over there. But
yeah, exactly, and that's where pumping the brakes, they would have realized, hang on, it's not even here, right? And then they would have realized we've got a numbers advantage retake over on the other site. Slowing things down, that's what we're trying to say. Or Duality looking for the duo here as Horzak going to try and play up close. No one in the corner in towards Cubby. Might get a chance at long though.
Shane's terrifying.
Surely a FAMAS is not the right idea. JT gonna find one of Dare in Cubby on the spam. Down he goes and Horzak stays posted for a mere moment before Shane gonna try and flash himself in. Good idea, but he could be in a bit of trouble. Now that Molotov will keep MyState out in towards Cubby, but he will get traded immediately. Floppy finds one in response. Bomb gonna go down planted safe, and JT makes it 2. Can he double it down? Of course he can. Never question the man himself, and MBG left in a lonesome retake of a 1v4. No chance. Complexity looking surefire to lock in 8.
Yeah, got to stand up in this round. Really got to be a strong performance. Takes down JT, but still 3 more to find, and flanked by Floppy. It's an 8th round for Complexity. Very strong performance from them. And I mean, well, it's Grim and Snav leading from the front on the frags right now.
Yeah, a couple of question marks about Shane as well. He's somebody for me who, I've done a decent amount of NA casting recently. He's looked really solid on the rifle. He's really at his moment. Somebody who's been statistically obviously a very good player for this side as well, but looking a little rough around the edge, just a little shaky at the moment.
This is where the experience starts like coming into play for Complexity, because they don't have almost this like, oh damn, we're at a big land, like we need to be we need to make sure we're on top, like oh my god, I'm getting nervous. They don't have that. They've been in this position time and time again. The Elevate guys haven't. So maybe it's a little bit of rust here. It's like, okay, I'm playing on land, I need to make sure that I'm in an environment I'm happy with. There's just no angle for you to have that here though, because if you lose 2 games, you're gone. So every single game you play matters, including this BO1, which now, of course, we've swapped sides. We're seeing Jollies, yes, from Grim and Elise. That's what I like to be seeing on that CT side, looking to replicate what Elevate did on their round. But instead, they're just going to be bum rushing it down mid. There's 4 faces. Grim looking to be able to get tons of damage down range, but no, Peeping trades it back. And Elise is like, oh, okay, that's a little bit too many bodies for me, even with 2 pistols in hand. Going to be waiting for at least 1 swing. There, does get spotted out. Horzak going to be able to take him down out of the round already. And it slows down ever so slightly until JT just pushes himself down ramp, looking for that kill onto Snav. More ground gained inside of Cubby right now. God, the round is just not stopping, is it? They're just going to continue pushing through T-spawn. JT needs to come up massive here with the backup. Oh, here he is. The Jollies from Elige takes down 1 as well. Looks for the final. Oh, sorry, the final one there at least. Peeping inside of spawn. They know he's there. What's he going to be able to do with this P250? I mean, 1 tap's possible, but not to be the case. Bomb certainly lost. He's looking for consolations.
I don't think he's going to be given them. Being held and being found. Lovely, lovely work. Floppy at the tail end there, just making things secure. And Complexity kickstart the way they finished that first half electrically. Really good pistol. I like the aggression as well. Something that they were a little bit shy of doing on their T side. They only actually popped in towards mid once on that T side, but out the gate in the pistol, getting a lot of control through elbow. The dualies going for fights early doors, but the big thing there is not actually the fights that come through, it's the bomb being spotted and then Herd rotating over towards doors. That's where JT single-handedly can stop that round from happening. Really nicely done. Complexity very immediately setting the tone in towards this one. Molotov will tick on towards the pistols there, so they're known quantity in towards shelf. JT wants to get a little frisky. Goes for a peek, gets information, drops a smoke. Simply done.
That's all you need. 3 checkboxes ticked, sorted. Needs to be cautious about anyone pushing through it though. It's not a complete wall. Only blocks your vision. Wait for it to fade, only about 5 seconds remaining on it. JT, one through the smoke. Yeah, really nice find onto MBG. They are going to fall back off of that now though. They don't want to be... Oh, no, they're not. They were just recollecting themselves, and JT should be good for a couple there. There's one, there's two. Unfortunately, not the third there for him. Dare is going to be able to pick up that MP9. 7 bullets remaining. Not going to be enough for him to be able to find a kill, most likely, but... He's because about anybody lurking, as we can see Grim looking to get aggressive. Very, very close to him. Just on top lane. Can they make it as clean as possible? Only losing one would be fantastic for them. Dare almost doesn't want to reveal himself. Doesn't want to reload. Give it up. Here comes the punch. Both sides. Yeah. Wrong angle chosen, unfortunately. Damn if you do, damn if you don't. Who's going to be able to close it out? Double digits now for Complexity.
Yeah, it was a known quantity, though. They knew he was. They had one guy playing out towards ramp, and Halsey playing one end of cave, and Grim playing the other. He was known from the get-go, and they just waited until he, well, ran out of time, ran out of confidence, and that'll be that. So, getting towards the tail end now, Elevate really have faded a little bit, and Complexity, they don't even really need to upgrade all that much. You're going to still play with the double MP9s, can play those up close. Grim to be doing a lot of decent work coming up through Shelf, and Halsey sort of happy to play anyway. He's playing a lot of these flex rolls on Ancient.
Ooh, a leash.
Leash going to go up aggro here. One spot Herd close as well because of that Molotov, and spam himself down. Good work. Swing going to come through from JT as well to make it a double. MBG gets dropped, and immediately the rotate is being Heard. That's the bomb. Force Snav back into the cubby. It's a 3v5 in a matter of mere moments. Opening 15 seconds, and it looks like Elevate might have lost the round already.
Complexity want an early day. They want to go back to the hotel. It's like, guys, come on. 3 more rounds. Let's just secure these ones. Let's just push them, get over and done with. Close this one out. Might even begin pushing towards double doors, but that might be a little bit too bold for them. Smoke soon to fade for peeping. Not going to be able to spot anyone straight away. But, like, they're just set up super defensively here. Like, what is this doing for Elevate right now? Yes, they're blocked in, but you need to try and make an approach somewhere. And the fact that they're still positioning themselves towards double doors, knowing that there's enemies there, I respect the attempt, but I don't know if it's going to work out in your favor, especially when Snav gets completely bodied. Floppy there for one also, and Dare with the glass cannon off. Only good for 1 kill so far. Might even go shotgun here, but jumps the wrong way, and Ali's going to be able to take him down. 2 rounds remaining for Complexity to close this out and go 1-0.
Yeah, they will scoop up at AWP as well. I was going to say, sometimes we did actually see them do it on the T side, where they actually kept hold of the rifles, bar the AWP, and because, you know, realistically, a lot of these fights are up close and personal. Nicely done. Ali, she heard the tick of the Molotov, he swings onto it. JT will then get the second as well. Another swing coming through. And simple and effective. Yeah, a little bit tilting there. You can see what it means to Shane. This game has not got a lot of legs behind it. He's going to be a half bite coming through for Elevate. They do have lost bonus, but priority is buying for the next. So it looks like a pop going to come through towards B if they're given the chance, but JT's got the ideas, and they comes over. There gets dropped in a matter of mere moments.
Oh, JT.
And JT's going to swing behind the smoke. They'll spot everything. Floppy makes it 1. He'll fall back for the reload. MBG given the space, but JT going to get up close as well as Peeping gets dropped. Lining up bodies, and JT dropping them down. Shane is all that's left, and Shane is no longer to be seen 6 feet under. Complexity, map, and series points.
Yeah, this is looking almost guaranteed at this point. I mean, the T side of Elevate, they just haven't shown up as of yet. This is very clearly Complexity's ball game right now. I mean, this will look clean, collected, CT side haven't really been tested either. The fact that they're able to find these kills before they've even, well, shown face, nades, just timings. Like, they've clearly done their homework on how Elevate like to play this one. Alternatively, they are just playing their own game and just being like, yeah, we don't care. We know the skills behind us, and we can just continue pushing it. Dare, once again, AWP in hand. No one to find as of yet. Shane taken out of the server. MBG there, good for the trade. JT looking to leave from the front here with another frag. Nate goes in, gone to the wrong side. Snap, soon to be swinging, spots him out. Oh, nice little tap there from MBG. It's about to bring it just a little bit more level.
Instinctive, you would say, from MBG there on that corner. Will make this a doable round for Elevate.
Did they hear Grim on the jump?
Might have heard the scrunch of the trousers. He's going to get up close. Might get one, he will. MBG gets dropped, that'll level things. Grim now needs to work out where the rest of the team are grouping up. Because right idea, but he'll fluff his lines. Snav going to drop him, and that leaves Floppy now isolated on an island. Molotov comes down, Floppy will avoid. And Holzerk in a bit of no man's land holding through Red Room. Peeping could creep up on him as he tunnel visioned in. And Peeping's now actually given all of this control, wrapping it through. Snav will catch Floppy. Holzerk responds to one of his own, and a 1v2. What has he got in the locker here? It's not easy. Retake over AWP, and Dare's going to drop him down. Elevate, stay alive.
Still in this one. Certainly one that's going to be needed as well. The buy is certainly not the best for them. Still gives them the opportunity to be able to do some damage. Can they claw this one back? Can they take us to MVT? It's a lot of rounds to find before we even get to that point. It's a number of individual frags, like left, right, and center. It was a lot of just like 1v1s out aiming each other, and instead of it being like dedicated team play, I think the closest thing we had was when MBG and Snap both swung at the same time, and MBG was like, oh, just one tap the guy, don't even worry about it. JT looking to pull the same fake from Snap and MBG again, but this time he's ready and waiting for them. Takes down one. MBG there, good for the trade. Inside of mid, Holzerk hasn't had too much of an impact in this half as of yet, but realistically, he hasn't needed to. The rest of Complexity have been picking up the pieces. 4 versus 4. Health advantage going towards Elevate right now, with a couple of tagged up players. Some util to play around with as well. Looking like this B bomb site is there to completely explode on. Eliege. Oh, this is a super long lurk. If they're going all the way around onto this B bomb site, got to start hot-footing it. Here comes the execute though.
I'm going to get a lot of info here. Of course, the bomb now goes down. But minute to work. It's a nice early plan as well. It's going to put the pressure on Complexity. Hitting the smoke around the corner. Also, I'm going to respect it. They might actually be calling for a save. Nice and early.
Yeah.
Smoke's coming through in towards CT. The flank's so far away. And unfortunately, they call it. If that bomb had waited another maybe 10, 15 seconds to go down, that flank probably would have had more than enough time to build up something. But Elevate. We're seeing something. We're at least getting a little bit out of this T side, yeah. The conversation about a comeback, the conversation about pushing this towards an OT.
It's early.
It's not impossible, technically speaking, but it's highly, highly improbable. But one hiccup, one mistake in Complexity, every inch they'll take it a mile.
By the absolute definition of there are 6 rounds left to play, a comeback is possible. Yeah, I mean, Complexity was a right call there. Their econ wasn't fantastic. Building that up on the CT side as well, certainly not the easiest thing to do, but saving for these 4 weapons, one of them being an AWP as well for Holzerk, who we know can be incredibly impactful, especially on this map if history is anything to tell us that. This allows another buy for them. It gives them the opportunity to close out this game here and now. Complexity 12, Elevate 6. Round underway, and once again, strongly positioning themselves over towards that B bomb site, but a little bit delayed inside the mid Elevate. Not going to be getting that mid control, and Eliege is going to be able to punish it. Oh, okay, he's looking to close this one out. Takes down 3, Dare, Shane, MBG, goodbye. Grim taken now, peeping. And well, by definition, there was 6 rounds, and there goes 6 rounds. It's 13 to Complexity, and they close out the best of ones. Back to the hotel for an early night for them.
Yeah, and we said all it is going to take is one hiccup, one mistake to come through from Elevate, and they'll close things out, and they did a dominant performance coming through. Smiles around for Complexity. The favourites here are one of in this competition, starting off their journey well, effective, very, very few mistakes fundamentally speaking. For Elevates, we didn't know what the expectation of the side were going to be. And it's got to be said as well, NBG, the stand-in who's probably had limited time to work with the team, didn't look bad by any metrics, but complexity is always a big ask. It's always a huge task going against a side of that caliber, and that's exactly what they can do, especially when things look a little rough, man. Complexity, the way in which they find themselves back into towards games, so difficult to shut down when they snowball. I've got to give a lot of credit, man. That's the sort of start that Complexity needed, and we need to see that consistency now throughout the rest of the tournament.
I mean, we saw Grim have a little bit of a slower start than we would have liked from him, but then very quickly was brought up with the rest of his team as well. Just want to touch on Shane. I mean, we were talking about the fact that, look, MBG comes in here as the stand-in, but Shane having a little bit of a weaker start there than, as you were mentioning, than we would expect, right? He seems like he's pretty decent, usually. Yeah,
Shane's a very prolific rifler on his day. Somebody gets a lot of mileage on that C side. On the CT side, plays a lot of those kind of high-impact roles, and I think that was one of those things. A little bit of a slower performance. Yeah. It's not one of those issues that we're going to touch on all too much, because, I mean, realistically, Complexity is, right? What are you going to do against a side of that caliber? I think there's moments to take away from that from Elevate. I thought that start to the CT side wasn't too bad. Really a lot of these gambles look really decent, and one man in particular for me, of Snav, was very solid, very proactive after that IGL, getting a lot of information, but all things considered, a really good performance from Complexity. Good to see the individuals coming out the gates. Elish finding a lot of mileage, JT getting up in the face as well. It's good to see him on a kind of that mechanical level looking very strong too. So Complexity and starts go, you can't really ask for too much better. Elevate will be dropping in towards that 0-1 bracket, but it's not the end of the world just yet. Like we said, 2 losses is what we're looking towards. Take a look at the scoreboard overall, and of course, like we said, JT mechanically looking brilliant. 106 ADR, 18 and 11. And Snav, on the other side, is the battle of the IGLs, leading by example in both responses. But Complexity overall, just that considerably much more solid showing.
Yeah, we expected this, just flat out. We got tested in the very beginning. It was like, oh my good God, the very start of this game, Elevate, okay, maybe we're going to be seeing life here, and then it very quickly faded away, as you can see from the round history. Yeah, that was Complexity's game all the way through. The fact that every single round went to time in the second half as well, that's kind of crazy.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, very solid for Complexity. And this is what we need to see now. This is a side who came into that and basically didn't show any respect. You can't pull any punches, especially when you're against sides that you're expected to win. You know, the other side coming into this with everything to lose, right? All the pressure, all the tape on them as well. On a map like Ancient, which have a lot of reps under their belt, it's something which could have been prepped maybe a little bit better out of the Elevate side. There was a couple of those micro I guess decisions where you see them just overextend a little bit on common angles, and Complexity are always there to punish. Overall, we're not gonna complain. Of course, we've got one more best of one for us here on the B stream. It's gonna be a bit of a banger. You don't want to miss it. So sit tight. It's Oddik taking on MAT coming up next. We're gonna throw this on to a break. We'll see you all shortly.
With metal posters from Displate. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection and simple. No!
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. Though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible.
And Rain, he starts away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the same.
for. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PGL Americas RMR 2024. Game number 1 out the way pretty quickly by most metrics. Complexity making that one look comfortable against Elevate. And now we head on to game number 2 of the day on the B stream. Even before game number 1's finished on the A stream, it's Oddik taking on M80. This one, yeah, it's got a lot of storylines behind it. M80 with a stand-in, Def, of course, joining the roster. We have question marks. The same way we had question marks about what we're going to see out of Elevate, we have to kind of hold the same regards here about M80.
Yeah, we do. I mean, what we saw from MBG was really good on Elevate. So
yeah.
by translation, Def's going to perform really well on this game, right? Yeah, it's certainly not an ideal situation.
No.
Def having to stand in due to one of the players stepping out. Manx due to personal issues, which is a shame, of course. But of course, we hope everything's good with him. Def stepping in, I believe, for what, the last 3 months?
Yes.
So it's been a minute now. So you would have thought he's got a little bit more warmed up. The UK boy on the server in the Americas, looking to do some damage. Def, unfortunately, only has had one positive game since he stood in. So.
Yeah, let's not beat around the bush. Mechanically speaking, isn't all there, but he's still got the brain of the game, which is, of course, all that matters. The M80 team are no joke either. Kind of main talismans for me that I'm looking towards. Malbs is being incredible, somebody that I rely on, and this man on your screens, Swisher, one of the best players coming out of the North American scene, especially one of those guys that a lot of people have been touting as the next kind of generation of North American riflers. He has been seriously, seriously good. But for me, one of the guys that really changed this team from being an okay, North American roster to a top-level one is Slacks. What a pickup as an AWPer, man. This guy was dominating on alternate attacks for a long, long time. Now he stepped up in towards that role in North America and doing good. We're heading over to Oddik, their opponent, actually the lowest ranked team at this qualifier. However, their run through their closed qualifier was really solid. They started things off with a loss to, I think I'm right to say, MIBR, and then went flawless. It was pretty good. Flamengo,
even that
90, Red Canids, man. They were really, really solid. And all things considered, I think you cannot sleep in this Oddik team. You may not recognize the name, but there's a couple of memorable faces, like Woody. Good stint on MIBR, good stint on Fluxo as well. For me, one of the most underrated callers within the South America scene. Say all you want about his AWPing, right? I'm not gonna argue too much on that front, but I think this guy doesn't get enough credit for how good of a caller he actually can be. Him alongside Turtles, a great dynamic duo. Turtles a very prolific, self-sufficient rifler. Woody makes his masterful calls. I'm really excited for this Oddik team. I don't think you can fully count them out just yet.
No, you can't. I mean, since the RMR qualifiers, though, they've struggled a bit domestically with the Ace Masters event. It didn't go down too well, and I think there was a couple other qualifiers they played in which they didn't show up to the level that we saw at the RMR qualifiers. But I mean, if you get to perform one way, the RMR qualifiers are a pretty decent spot to show up, right? Let's see if they can do it on LAN now as well. And of course, it's not just playing up against their domestic opponents in SA. Now they're playing against NA opposition. Does that translate? Is this still going to be good for them? Turtle, of course, you mentioned him. He is a real standout. 1.18 rating. He's the highest rated player purely from a stats perspective. Everyone else is kind of on that just like flat 1.0 ratio right now. Again, I think those more recent struggle games, as they're primarily focusing on the RMR, have like weighed in on that. So I don't know how deep we want to like actually relate to those. Their pool is pretty good as well from a map situation. They're pretty dynamic when it comes down to it. Decent on Ancient. They like a good nuke as well. So people from your own heart, which is always good to see.
Can't complain, man. Do you know what? I think the Oddik side have a lot to like about them. I spoke about Turtle. I think Nate has his moments as well. This guy's a really solid rifler. I think for me, he feels like the main man in a lot of those kind of prolific positions, we'll call them, right? Granted, performances have been a little bit rough around there just recently, but for me, he's the main man. If somebody's going to step up in a big way, I look towards him. I have my question marks. Ponta and Matthias at times have struggled with consistency, and that's on a domestic fashion. Now we're looking internationally. That's where things can be a little bit rough around the edges. But I think all things considered, Oddik probably coming towards this game with probably quite an open mind about it. It's like, well, they haven't got their main caller, they haven't got their IGL. Yes, Def will understand the game plan, he'll know it very well, but mechanically he's nothing in what Manx is.
No.
So it does give Oddik an opportunity. They've got to come into this, I think, with a decent amount of kind of confidence, but then again, probably so do M80. The individuals on the team are so strong
really
that they probably think, hey man, maybe 4 out of 5 of us could be enough.
Well, we were mentioning the strong nuke. That gets banned instantly by an M80 alongside Anubis as well. Both teams, permaban Mirage. So who is going to test it? Who's going to leave it and float it for as long as possible?
Chance.
I mean, it's not getting played, right?
No,
surely not.
I don't think M80 will risk it at all.
There
But
it
yeah,
goes.
Oddik going to get rid of it. There's no point, right? Coming in towards this, there's times for gambles, right? We love a gamble here and there. Not now.
No, it's not.
now.
If you lose 2 games and you're gone, this is not the best of one to be like, you know what? We're a Mirage team now, as a matter of fact.
Ancient's not a bad map for both of these two sides either.
We
And like we said, domestically, this map has actually been very favourable, both in NA and SA. It has started to take the onus of the Inferno. However, Inferno is also in. This is exactly the kind of the same tail end of what we saw of our previous series in terms of the Vita. Do we go towards Inferno?
Ancient again?
No, it's Ancient again. Do you know, I don't mind this. I think this actually has a lot of positives towards M80 as a team. This is a map which, prior to the Manx departure, was actually looking really solid for them. Manx was calling a really good game. He brought that kind of EU experience as an IGL over, and actually a lot of the kind of the ways in which you approach Ancient were very different to the way in which NA approach Ancient, and I liked it. And it worked well. M80 in the early portion of this team were looking super solid on it. Granted, we still hold that asterisk above them now, but I like this pick. I think it feels like fair ground.
It's kind of like what Overpass used to be as well, when we were seeing like Eastern Europe like really playing a substantially different game plan to everyone else. So the fact that Manx, I mean, that information and that like dissemination of knowledge is still there, right? Like Def will still have that in his back pocket. One thing we haven't mentioned as well, and this was like yesterday, I think, Stamina coming in to help out M80 as part of the backstage analysis team. Quite important considering Def almost has to leave the coaching role behind, as he just has to focus more time in the server and ensuring that he's at his best level possible, considering what's at stake. He is actually the only player on this roster who was attended a major. And of course, it was with Complexity both times. Back in there.
Years ago. Another
back
good opportunity.
The old logo, the good one, the red one.
Exactly. A good opportunity as well for UK to show a little bit of strong arm over the North American scene, maybe again, or the American scene, I guess, in general.
You're reeling this out already.
Let's see if Def can roll it back for the boys. Yeah, I'm excited, man. I want to see something out of this team. I think it goes without saying for me, Malbs and Swish are the absolute win factors over towards M80. They are going to be the ones to make a serious difference coming in towards this. That man on your screen, Slacks, as well, is a beast. Ancient's a very good map for Orbers as well.
Why would you not just get a smaller keyboard at that point? Half of it's hanging off the damn table, for crying out loud. M80, they're going to be starting on the C side. Oddik, of course, choosing to start on that CT side. If you choose second on the picks and bans, you choose the side you start on. A lot of mid-presence underway, and it's 3 versus 3. Let's see who comes out on top. Flash comes out from M80. No trades as of yet, no frags as of yet, as a matter of fact. And Def already down to 4 HP. Is like, lads, help me out, please. We need to run. They're heading over towards that A-bomb site. Oh, Oddik, they've called this incorrectly. They begin moving over towards that B-bomb site primarily. They stacked up 4, and M80, they had a completely open site, and they've gone, no, let's roll it back. It's like a double bluff in both people's minds right now.
This is a good gamble. The reason they're going towards this is because Swish has pushed so far forward and he hasn't been tested yet. Nobody's pushed down ramp. Nobody's even tested through shelf. So I think the thought process, they went through Red Room, wrapped through Temple. For now, there's going to be a test down through ramp. Matios got a flash in hand, doesn't need to pop it. He's basically an information play here as well. The second it is, he pops the flash, Matios swings with the Julies. It's a lovely setup and a good work wonders. Bit of Utah going to come over. Matios will see it. He can't quite block the smoke, but all things considered, they should be fine. And as time starts to tick, they might actually bail on this, which would be a good call.
Yeah, look at this. There's so much ground gained inside of mid right now from Rec. Slacks is just going to be the point of contact over towards that B-bomb site to be able to continue drawing them through. And Ponta inside of CT, holding on. Oh, he just falls off at the last moment as he hears the steps. Def now got to be starting to get that bomb planted. Let's see what Ponta can do. It's about to swing out of Palace. Nobody home so far. Over towards CT. Matios goes for the swing. Ponta picks up 1. Matios one of his own as well. Ponta trades it straight back. And Malbs finally picking up a kill onto that T side. Now on a 2 versus 4 with the lurk coming around from Slacks as well. This could be massive. Malbs needs to go huge. Just delay for as long as possible. Wait until a teammate gets it. Find the header 1. Looks for the second. Not going to be able to find it. They're on the bomb. Slacks needs to take down Woody, but not going to be the case. And they do manage to get that bomb defused. The CT side coming out on top there. A long round, and certainly an interesting one.
Yeah, for now, Oddik, nicely done. I think the approach is quite good by Oddik. They held a flash in the pocket. They just slow everything down. Play as a pack. M80. A bomb plant will alleviate the financial pressures, but all things considered, it's a good start by Oddik. A couple of crisp shots being hit there as well by Ponta. It's got to be said. He's somebody that I question, of course, what level we're going to see out of him. He has had really solid moments at time for this team. However, he does lack bits of consistency. So if we can see him count the gates flying, that's when maybe something can work. Oddik, for me, are very much what I like to call a confidence team, right? When they get confident, when they get loud, when they get proud, this is where Oddik do a lot of their best work. Good start. Malb's Lanta back through the smoke. Finds a very important kill there. Nate gone down early. Will slow things down, and actually, they might not overcommit through double doors there. I think it would be a risk anyway.
Yeah, just pump the brakes for a moment. Let the smoke dissipate. Got plenty of time on the clock. Both teams are a little bit weaker than when they started this one. Matios, I mean, he's so close to death at this point. A brisk breeze would take him out. So he's just going to be holding a bit more of a passive angle over towards that A-bomb site. M80 just waiting for some form of lurk right now, but isn't happening. Information gained. Hey, they aren't pushing us.
August quiet. Just shy of a minute to work with. M80 are bunching in through A main here. It feels like a known quantity. You've got one player out through elbow expecting that flank to come through. A guy on shelf as well. He's got all the control. They're known that they're going towards A here. And about whether they can hit the shots. Turtle, damage but no kill just yet. Flash and a smoke going to come down as well. And Turtle going to be forced off the angle. They can't get a plant. Surely they can. Oh, Matios has fluffed his line. Swisher will punish. And this will flip the conversation a little bit. Double stacking through Temple. Going to invite in pressure here. Oddik in a lot of trouble. I don't think they realize how rough this setup is for them. Trade good for one. Woody doubles it down, but he gets dropped there by Malbs. And so he's a win factor. And it's him and Swisher. A combined score here. It should be done. I don't think they've got a chance here, Ponta.
No, Ponta's just looking for consolation prize. If we can find Malbs on the back lines and... Oh, there's the shadow. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think Candles would emit that large of a shadow, but who cares? Ponta going to be able to find that kill onto Malbs. He is going to escape with his life, as is Swisher. But the M80 side, they come out with one thing that's incredibly important, a point on the board. It's 1-1 now. And forced by round with the Gleals, a couple of AKs bought up as well. They're going to be pretty content with that one. They're going to have enough money to be able to buy here as well. Def not going to have the best weaponry, ensuring, well, Mac-10 looking to ensure he doesn't do a Dexter here.
Yeah, I think he probably could go in towards the likes of a Galil if he wanted, but I don't mind the Mac-10. I think especially when you know you're coming against a little bit of a lesser buy on the other side. Obviously, in these early rounds, forced by wars, that you have to force by Oddik here. You're on double eco anyway, so you have to go back in for a buy yourself. Squeeze together whatever you can, and that's a double MP9 and a double upgrade of the pistol alongside that saved M4. It's not the greatest. They're going to try and hopefully use that Mac-10 up close against the pistols, against the MP9s, and lacking of head armor. See whether he can do it. Nate's got the right idea. Swing. He might find Malbs there if he just peers around the corner. This is not easy. Slacks in the corner. Flash is not good. Anti from Matios. Will get one with the Mac-10 that's trying to answer back and can't. Def gets dropped by Ponta. The nade doesn't quite find its form. 3 versus 3. Woody and Turtle back turns, a laboured spray, but Malbs will find the kill. As Woody falls, this will now change things.
Yeah, this angle really benefits Ponta though. Knows that Malbs, well, at least for a brief couple of moments, was locked into the corner, off angle being held, able to come out on top there. And well, with Turtle, P250 in hand, if he can find Wreck here, he's static. And well, he does. There we go. Cool. Makes it a little bit expensive for M80 in that one, and that was a lot closer than I think either side would have liked. I think Oddik are like, oh, okay, fine. Like, we forced into that one. We probably should have gained a little bit more. But finding 3 kills, dropping them down to like 30 HP each as well, ensured that they don't go quietly as M80 secure themselves another round. That M80 jersey's pretty cool.
It is.
I like that one.
So far, so good. August quiet now as well. We'll be a low buyout towards Oddik, so we're not expecting all that much here. Off the back of that forced by failure, we'll leave them a little reeling in terms of the finances. So, M80 got space to work with, a little bit of room, start to snowball just a tad. Matias going to play up close. I don't think he's going to be given all too much. Def, he's been given the unfortunate role of, well, unfortunately, cannon fodder. It kind of feels like at times. Mac-10 going to try and get up close here. They got a good, decent chance. It's pistols, you know, unarmored.
Yeah.
Fleshy beings, mate. This is a real opportunity to maybe get a couple of frags on the board.
Fleshy beings is a fantastic way of putting unarmored players.
Yeah. This is an opportunity.
I like this from Def. Yeah, I mean, it is just very much, hey, Def, can you do something with this, please? Like, we're kind of expecting it to be an eco, so he's going to be the first face that they see. And, well, he trousers firmly around his ankles, even though Woods Blind is going to be able to find that kill. This is not clean from M80. And yes, while they are easily going to be able to secure the round, it looked a little bit challenging. Oddik got a bit more than what M80 were looking to lose in that round. I think they were relatively content if Def got traded after he picked up a kill. We didn't even find that. And then Mobs falls to the wayside as well. They were more expensive than they would have been expecting, but ultimately they do manage to commit to that third round. I mean, with AKs against USPSs. If they didn't commit, it would have been a sin.
Good round from Breck.
Yeah.
He actually bails them out quite importantly there. Those opening 2 kills really changed their control over towards the A site, and we'll get a little bit quiet off the back of it. Now we're going to see a buy kind of come back out for Oddik, and a good opportunity as well. We need to see a little bit more out of them. I'm really interested to see what the call from Woody is here. He's somebody who, like I said, for me, still, despite the tenure with MIBR and Flux, it feels a little underrated in terms of how good of a caller he can be. Let's see what we get out of him.
Slacks just looking to get a lot of ground early doors with the flash coming in. Spotted out Marios, looking to be able to take him down also, but not going to be the case as of yet. Has to fall back into the corner. Kind of locked in right now. Looks to see if we can find Woody, but oh, they both get traded damage here. Slacks gets dinked in the process, so he's going to be next to no help for the rest of this one. Util going in. 90 safe for now. Does reveal his position, and only a couple of seconds remaining. And wow, Swisher just stares at him as he does the jump peek. Not going to be able to hit any shots that way around, though. Tempting fate a little bit with 90 there.
Double snacking coming through. 90 bringing over support, may I say. They get tested. With corner. Def will hit the steps. Man expected one up close. They will take a little bit more damage than they hope. Def falls. Pistol whipped out, and he gets 2. I said if this man can step up, he can be the one to make a difference. And he will. That's such an important second kill. And Mouths and Slacks aren't exactly healthy. This could be messy. Lining up more, dropping them down. 3 to his name as he will fall. And I mean, Rek will answer back, but even still, it already feels like it could be a lost round in contention. Woody, he's reclaimed space. 25 seconds of the clock. M80 have not got time here. They might just be calling it.
Oh, yeah, that timing as well. Rek was lucky to escape with his life. They are just going to be saving these AKs. I mean, the fact that Slacks got dropped down to 18 HP without seeing a soul, just spamming through smoke and getting completely bodied, basically, took him out of the round early doors. It's really interesting. The fact that we see M80 chuck the molly in through cave, and they hear it burning, and they're like, oh, 90's fallen off. That was the only person in there, surely. And then they swing the corner, and it's just like, oh crap, there's another dude there and he's gunned down 2 of us, and oh, actually a 3rd of us, and now the game's over. So yeah, I mean, really strong hold there from Oddik to kind of stake their claim and say this B-bomb site is not easy for you to take like previous.
Big issue there for me. M80 spacing was very rough. Didn't look great coming through that shelf position. Even the ability to ice it there, I think for Swish, I don't think he realizes Def trying to take a fight as early as he is. It is a little costly. A couple of forlorn faces there towards M80. Not all doom and gloom just yet. Still got the lead in their favor. Still got money for a buy. Not to worry just yet. We're going to go back to a bit of an old fan favorite.
These smokes over on the B-bomb site to be able to draw people over have done the exact opposite. We're not seeing Oddik rotate at all. It's the first time we've seen early smokes committed from T-spawn, and now they're just completely waterfalling out with that A-bomb site. Ponta manages to find 2, and Malbs trades it straight back, but oh, Malbs might just be able to get them out of this one. Woody going to be able to get him molotoved off. It's not going to spread to him. It does get extinguished. Gives him that opportunity to be able to swing out onto the bomb site. Bomb now going to get tapped. Oh, it's so close to take him down. Oh, Rick! He gets dropped down to 12 HP. He's not taken down. He's still a rifle in the round. Swing onto the corner, Malbs, in just a couple of moments as 90 takes down 1, takes down a second also. Swisher, full HP, the highest HP player on the remaining 3 players, but either way, only good for 1. The 3rd round on the board there from Oddik. It was an interesting attempt there from M80, but a great read from Oddik not to falter off the back of those mollies.
Oddik are falling back on fundamentals, and it's working. Shadow spotted through main. And gotta be said, Ponta anchoring up on towards the top elevated area here. So well done from him. 2 kills coming through. Nice and simple. That man stepping up again in a big, big way. Nice and aggressive on the retake. I love to see it. Turtle getting nice and aggro as well, which is what we want to see. Turtle is such a prolific rifler. If this guy gets going, granted, he doesn't play some of the more favorable positions. I would say kind of 90s more in that sort of position, but overall, good to see. M80, we said they're going to get tested. This Oddik's out of no joke. Ranking-wise, many people might not look at them, but they can cause a couple of problems. There's one, make that two. Malbs, the madman, going to find a doubles. He looks to add more misery to the Oddik roster. Spotted on the jumpy. Playing up close here. Just going to fall away. Re-smoke to come through. Oddik don't need to face it. Swisher could use this in an advantage as he wants. He keeps going for this jump peak. It's working. Probably going to get punished at some point. But for now, they got the numbers.
Yeah, speaking about punishment, it was the sloppy Molotov inside of mid. There was a small angle where he could hold, and I mean, he just comes out absolutely on fire. Mal's finding 2 kills off the back of that, Turtle not clearing it. Should still be around that Oddik can secure here, though. They do have the weapon advantage. You need to be cautious about how much ground they give away over on this B-bomb site, because they are just running for the hills. And if you... there's no way they're calling for a safe. No, they're just positioning over towards the A-bomb site. There's plenty of time. Like, the fact that they're even having to think, okay, we're going to have a little bit of a weaker hold on B here. They've got pistols. Like, that's not a thought process that you really want to be having. And the fact that we've got a complete B-bomb site now. There's nobody home. Like, Oddik, I don't think can retake this at this point.
No, they have to gamble. That's the main thing. And they call for a gamble to 50-50. It's a coin flip, and it doesn't go well for them. Bomb to go down.
This is good. Just like Mal's being like, right, everyone get in your positions, hold your angles. I don't want to be planting this bomb and get swung from a random spot. Just regimented. It's clean.
They've got everything clear, so it's fine. It was just the last little checks coming through. That will be the save. Oddik go for a gamble over towards A. It's actually a right call because the default so far for M80 is over towards A. So it's a decent gamble, but it doesn't actually work out for them. All things considered, Malbs single-handedly winning that round for them. Really nice. He's done a couple of entry kills for him with the Deagle. Just giving a little bit too much leeway in through elbow. Like you said, sloppy Molotov, and they don't really expect it. It's a weird thing. It's one of those things. It's not actually a lined-up Molotov there. They throw it on the fly, and it does cost them quite a lot. Going for it on here, I don't mind this. They obviously will have money in the back pocket off the bomb plant and the round win. Any more guns they could fire at the tail end could be nice, but it isn't to be. Looking over towards the CT side, they might have a little bit of a tough time. Their economy has never actually been built up all that much, so they're going to struggle to buy around it. I don't know if you want to force it, but it's a conversation Oddik are going to have. I actually would maybe say the gamble here would be to go for a force. Go in towards upgraded pistols of what you can, if you can, because you can have enough rifles to work with. Woody's going to pick up the AWP. I like this call. It's about time somebody picks up. Slacks inside, going to do exactly the same. Pound for pound, I would say Slacks is the better player in terms of raw AWPing, but can Woody outplay him? We know he's somebody who has a great mind for the game, and speaking of, so does Def, who's getting pretty vocal here, trying to figure out what the next play is. This is an incredibly crucial swing round. A low buy for M80. Off that round there,
it was so
they won. And now when we look towards Oddik, both sides don't exactly have stability built up in terms of the economy. Hopefully, you look at individuals like Def, not exactly rich. Rek, same for him. This is a good opportunity. If M80 can win this, they can snowball a bit.
I mean, you made a really fair point. I think it was on like round 3 or round 4, is the fact that, okay, this is back and forth. This is just going to be force buys for the rest of the half. And like, it's basically what it's turned into at this point. Like a couple of frags here and there, and that's only the extra money you're getting left, right, and center. So we're going to be seeing buys up from Oddik. We're going to see buys up from M80. Is anyone going to be able to establish a decent economy? No. There's no savings in the bank account. There is pocket lint available for them, and I don't think the arms dealer takes that as currency. 90. Bit of an angle being held here. Def and Malbs, they need to make a commitment here. Do they expect him close as well? Well, they didn't. But Def is good on the flip to be able to take down 90. As a second player to fall, and now in this 3 versus 5, oh well, wait, that a 3 versus 4 as Turtle finds a kill inside of mid, his second of the game so far.
I like this call. Yeah, they're just pumping the brakes here.
Respecting their opponents, right? Because it's too easy for them to just go, we're going B now off the back of those 2 kills. It's, okay, we've got our frags. Now let's think about this. Let's see what we can find on our backlines. It's sure we're not getting flanked because we still have some information we're not too clear about. And we've got plenty of time to play with due to the timings of these kills. More smoke's going to be deployed, but once again, over towards the other on site when they do it.
Wait to see what they can do. Malbs lead the charge. Want to get range or reeling off for one. Looks for more as well in the corner. Slack is going to be tested. Woody waiting as nobody comes through main. Going to be hers sooner rather than later. Time's starting to tick. M80 under a little bit of pressure as they're coming in for support. It's crumbling, it's falling apart. They call for the gamble back towards A. That's their default. It's falling flat, but in the 1v2, Swisher can't quite do it. Woody, that one kill through Donut completely halted them. They did not expect that to be the call. And Oddik, once again, they go for a gamble. They gamble A, and M80 fall into the trap.
Yeah, it's just the cool, site's clear, guys, don't worry. Oh my god, I've just been orped. Do we still go? Yeah, okay. Like the slight hesitancy that you have there, that you have to slow down, just completely allows the CT side of Oddik to kind of just develop a little bit more, gain that CT foothold as well. It was a nice opening pick here from Turtle, but it was all on Woody when he found that kill there. I think it looked like that Swisher was kind of expecting the CT-sided player to be deeper as well. His crosshair placement wasn't where he wanted it to be. I think if he finds that one, maybe there's a world if he had maybe a bit of util to be able to recover something, but that's not the case. Either way, it's 4-4, and once again a force buy, this time from the side of M80. Galil's almost crossed the board.
Yeah, squeeze out the AWP though, I guess, is the main thing.
Go for it.
Swisher. An MP9 trying to get up and feisty, but it's because they push ramp. This is a great shelf take, but surprise to nobody. They're going to head in the direction of A. Slack's going to be smoked here, so he looks towards the rifles to get a little mileage, and Ponta, the Anko's been called upon time and time again, looks for a second and he'll find it. Pistol whipped out for the AWP, but he can't quite do it. Slacks lines them up with a collat. Bomb can go down. And a safe plant as well behind the flames. M80 have made this a doable affair. 2 versus 3. And Def called upon, but it Slacks for one before he's traded by Woody immediately. Def needs to roll back the years looking for a major rest performance. He's done it once before. Looks to do it again. There's one. Can't quite make it the second. And the trade will come through from Matios. Def. Nice try. No cigar in that one. Oddik extending that lead.
That round does not get anywhere near as close as it does unless Slacks gets that collat. It lines up perfectly for him, literally. Being able to find those 2 kills opens it up. Of course, finding another one, but Woody then trading it straight back is so, so important. Matios, incredibly aggressive, actually. I missed that. Him just, like, running it down. Ramp over towards that B-bomb site. Yeah, look at that lineup. It's so clean. And then Def, I mean, it was an amazing hole. Being able to catch Woody with his trousers firmly around his ankles, with util in hand. It's not good for the fair fight. On to the next one. But no force by Neo. We are finally going to be seeing just upgraded pistols. I mean, they converted the last round they did this, but it was off the back of a couple of frags inside of mid. And there's your collat this round as well. As Turtle takes down Slacks and Swisher in the process. No more Hail Mary round for M80.
Turtle's getting very proactive on the CT side. He's actually been playing a lot throughout mid and donut. This time opts to go through ramp. He's also had his moments pushing through a main too. Def, nice shot. And they've made it a little bit more expensive than they probably wanted to be. We're so close there. Looks for another. And Def, oh my god, nearly makes it something out of nothing. Even the fact that that goes down to 1 for Oddik is a lot more expensive than they would have hoped for.
They've got no money now. There was a couple of players on like 3.3k with nothing to buy. Like, okay, you're going to be buying like MP9s in this round. It's like, this isn't what you need to be doing when you're going up against a pistol buy. Certainly messy, but God, I mean, you mentioned it in the previous. Def rolling back the years and evidently still crisp on the deagle as well.
Yeah.
Turtle still getting loud, and this is the momentum that they need, though, for Oddik. Yes, they secure the round, which is incredibly important. Gaining that 6, now just 1 away from securing the half. But, oh, Melbs, oh, that's a lot more damage than you wanted to take, my friend. Oh, dear.
He actually gets caught. It's a bit of a clipping issue on that corner. He gets caught around him. He gets double molly too, so...
Oh, wreck.
Left, right, good night. Burns to a crisp. Ponta had the push, had the moment. And it slips away from his grasp, right between the fingers. It'll force. Swisher gonna drop Molotov on the corner. Spots 1. I want to fight this. There's a decent spam angle for this. Just gonna drop a nade instead. Gets the angle, gets the spam. Not quite the kill. Just importantly, information. They're gonna call over support here. Double stack in through excavation in the close area. Getting this jag control has actually been a real priority for Oddik. It's worked well. It gives them a lot of leeway to push down ramp and get a lot of control there. So far, minute to work with. M80 again, kind of calling it quiet, calling for a little bit of a break.
Is he going to be expecting Def? No, he's not at all. So deep in red room to be able to take down Matios, and that brings us to a level playing field. But with Woody holding onto the corner, Flash goes in. He might just re-swing this one. Oh, he can hear the steps. Needs to be cautious. Not going to be able to find that kill onto Swisher. He comes out on top instead. Now in a 4 versus 3. B-bomb site appears to be the point of contact through the smoke. Rek finding another one. Lucky to still be in this round, of course, off the back of Ponta's whiff. He comes back with a vengeance. 11 bullets in the mag here for Rek, and unfortunately, it's not just one that he needs to be able to secure it. A little bit of a laboured engagement as Turtle takes him down.
They might call it here.
Yeah,
I don't
think they are. Look at the money, bro.
The biggest problem, I think, with giving this one a go is more the fact that I have no util to work with. If they had a smoke and a flash, I think they can actually probably poke and prod for a kill in through Jag. But overall, they're going to call it. And that's going to be M80 closing the gap to within 1, heading into that final round of the half. Making this a feasible T-side, all things considered. But real question marks do lie now with Oddik. But he's not exactly going to be brilliant on the other side.
Chooses the right angle. Def might have a timing here.
Oh,
no, they hide. They hide.
Also, they can hear him as well. They know there's no point fighting. Even given the risk of dropping a rifle here is not to be. Now the question is what's the buy around it, because it's not exactly like Ponta and Turtle can even drop it all too fruitfully. So it's going to be MP9s to join him. It looks like Ponta's actually going to drop the M4 over. And he's going to wield the MP9. But I guess being that A anchor, we're in a lot of these close range positions. He likes being elevated up towards that shelf area himself. So maybe there's something to work with. Final round of the half. We find ourselves a 1-round game, but M80 a very, very good opportunity to make it all square at the time of the half. Much better buy.
Yeah, on paper, this should be their round to just secure Turtle. A lot of ground gained here, and the nade clearing the smoke, taking down Malbs, who's been trying to get this mid-control round off the round, and most of the time it works. This time, Turtle basically playing an anti-Malbs angle at this point. Inside of the cubby is Swisher. Nighty thinking about continuing the push up. Has that smoke back up? I think he is now as well. Turtle, yeah, spam comes down, managed to take down Swisher. So much, look at the ground. I mean, there's just no approach over towards B now at all. Every single angle, maybe with the exception of Red Room, is locked down. And this was a round in which, on paper, M80 should have secured. They had the 4 AKs with the AWP from Slacks as well, and they just haven't been able to convert anything with it so far other than chip damage. Ponta's going to be on the back of sight behind Big Box, and he's just got an MP9. But he's not going to reveal himself at all, and I wonder if they respect this at all. I wonder if they can think that he's going to be holding here. Ponta could go absolutely huge, because right now, everyone's swinging onto the bomb site. Slacks isn't thinking about it. Takes down 1, takes down 2. There you go. The MP9 out on top, and a 7th round for Oddik as we move on to second half.
Yeah, really nicely done by Ponta at the tail end, but I got to say, that round was won by Turtle. Great mid-control coming through. Very easy fight being found on towards Malus, but most importantly, continuing to ramp through shelf. It's one of those big things. Swisher, the steps were heard running out on towards that sort of alley area, but then once they push down ramp, nobody's towards doors, nobody's over towards Jag or caves. They're like, okay, well, he has to be in towards Cubby. Seen off nicely. Really, really good work from Oddik. A side who had, you know, some janky econ moments, but all things considered, that's a really decent CT side. They're taking it towards M80, and you can really see a lot of these inconsistencies of M80 coming through. They're missing bits of that experience, and not even just the experience and the calling of Manx, but also the frag as well. This is a guy who actually, by most standards, was a pretty decent fragging IGL on his day, especially when he was over here, you know, in Europe, playing within kind of the upper echelons of that tier 2 scene. The guy was no slouch. Just heading in towards the second half, Oddik going to call for their second attack pause, and it's a good opportunity for them. They know how important. Win a pistol here, and you really could start to spiral. The biggest thing, I guess, for Oddik is not only winning the pistol, winning the force. Something they failed to do in that first half. That's when you can really start to use it in their favor. M80 winning that force buy on the T side, and basically getting a bomb plant in that first pistol round massively helped them out. It could have been a pretty uncomfortable round bar that.
Yeah,
or uncomfortable half, that is.
It made, like, the first 6 or 7 rounds, like, incredibly, like, back and forth, because no one had money. Like, it was just, okay, well, we buy this, we buy that, we buy this. So we're yet to see either of these sides just build up on, like, previous rounds' achievements. Let's see what happens here, though. M80 going to be, well, committing pretty large inside of mid here, looking for as much control as possible. I'm not particularly surprised to see Malbs over there once again. This side is on the CT side. Swisher, Jawley's in hand, looking for at least a kill for each. And there's a couple of heads there. Nice is going to be the first one to fall. Masios going to get taken down by Malbs as well as he gets aggressive over towards mid. Rek has to fall back, and now here comes your execute. Out on Rat, Swisher, looking for another one. Picks up one from Woody, looking for a couple more here as well. Head not found on Ponta. Instead, Ponta finds Swisher and takes down those dual Beretta. Looking for one of his own is Turtle, and now on a 1 versus 4. Ponta, 8 bullets in his mag. Needs to be incredibly cautious about how he would swing this one. Takes off the head of Rek. Looks for that USPS to be able to increase that range, but Malbs comes out on top, holding the angle, and a 6th round there for M80. Now, this is the momentum that we need to be seeing from M80. It needs to start spiraling. They need to win this force. If not, we just get a repeat of what we saw earlier, where it's just back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Not too bad. Slowing things down, I think, is the big call here. Bomb plant, of course, will mean a buy out for Oddik. Gonna have rifles at least to work with in some degree, whether that's Galil's, maybe even towards the likes of Mac 10s. I think probably the play here off the back of the bomb plant is to buy in towards this. Oddik know they've had success, and they're going to go for that. They're going to go for the force. They've had success on the force before. Why not? You've also got a round in arrears anyway to try and make something out of this. But yeah, it's going to be Ponta hero king as well, which is interesting. Ponta is, on terms of this T side, not exactly the main guy I look towards in terms of getting mileage. Normally would be the individuals like 90 or Turtle, right? More of those guys who play within that pack a little bit more. So we'll see. We'll see what Ponta can do. So we're going to come down towards elbow once again. Rek gets a lot of mid-control here. Now, as they start to move their way and realize, well, no one's towards B, we've got mid-control for free, they in 1 or 2 positions, either lurking through A main, which is why we see that rotation come through from Slacks, or behind the elbow smoke, which is why they're sticking around in towards mid.
Due to the shorter halves now, obviously force buys have been becoming a lot more prevalent. We're seeing it a lot more at the pro level. Hero AKs. When was the last time you saw a hero AK buy? It's been a minute for me at least. It's been a while.
I mean, relatively common, but
you think so?
It's the scene. It's the scene, not the game, as well how I put it. Americans love little hero AK.
See, that's my experience of SA. There we go. I'm here for it though. I'm here for it. I mean, if Ponta's able to find a couple of frags here, they're really running this timer down.
Oh, spotted. This is good from Def. Information gain. Now slowing things down. The biggest asset to M80 in this round is the clock. Time starting to tick. Just shy of 40 seconds. Give them the shelf control. It's not even a problem for Slacks because he's got information that they're not going towards Donut. But Def's got to hit that shot. That's the big caveat. Switch shot close. Catches Woody. Bomb dropped as well. The Rat player as well should get him. Will. Matios trades himself out. Ponta will fall to the hands of Malbs this round, crumbling off the back of one error from Woody. Didn't expect Swisher. Pushed so far forward, and it's all going to be locked out beautifully. That round went off the back of Swisher, 1 kill, bomb dropped, and it rolls uncomfortably forward. And that is all she wrote. Really nice setup coming through from M80 in that one. You got Slacks in towards Red Room, holding the donut push. They don't care if they go through main because it's retakeable. All they have to make sure is that they're not split upon towards that site. Then it gives the Temple guy all the kind of confidence to work with. It's a great little setup. If Def hits the shot, it's perfect. He doesn't, but it's not the end of the world because Swisher is the insurance policy. 7-all. M80 making a game out of this, but Oddik now back into a truthful buy of their own, and Turtle's going to play behind that Molotov. Might get a chance there. Def going to try and stick up close and personal. Needs to be careful. Will just drop a smoke, thankfully. MP9 dropped again, swinging, but Swisher won't. Nice find. Woody's going to fall as well to the hands of Malbs. Hang on a second. M80 have come out the gates flying.
They're really not giving Oddik an inch here. The second they step foot even close to their bomb site, no, this is ours. Get out of it. We're not dealing with it. A lot of mid control gained, a lot of Jag control gained, and hell, even Cave is underneath. CT hold. Matios, oh, little angle, pixel being held, Slacks, wow. Crouch, just not ready for it, was Matios. Malbs now, close angle, looking to be able to take down the final one with Turtle, needs to go massive here with this AK, and it's not going to be the case. It's going to be an 8th round on the board, and the lead now for M80. There we go, starting to get vocal, starting to feel it a little bit more now that they are in that more advantageous position. 5 rounds, all they need now to be able to close out this one and go 1-0, and the final timeout now being called here from Oddik. They just take a beat and think, okay, this is slowly getting out of our hands.
Yeah, I'm looking to Woody here as well. Man with arguably the most experience on the server. Maybe Bar Turtle if you want to make that kind of degree, but I think Woody is somebody who's taken teams like MIBR and Fluxo towards majors, and teams who now actually, ever since then, have not looked all that great, in all fairness, right? Let's not beat around the bush, you know. Fluxo, in flux, I think, goes without saying, and MIBR have looked at here, there, and everywhere. So,
We were in
Woody,
flux for a second.
a lot of owners, I think, on him to try and bail out this team, especially some of the more inexperienced names on the server. I'm looking at the likes of Ponta and Mattia, some guys who haven't had all that much experience on decent international lands. What can Woody do to try and alleviate the pressure that's upon their shoulders now as M80 start to close the gap to the all-elusive 13? Will be a low bar. They're going to pop through that elbow smoke. Tech9's up close. Can be messy. Will be. A combination of two, but it's certain to find that second. This could be a little bit more janky than M80 were hoping for. Get caught napping. Pants down their ankles. And they will get a bomb plant out of this. Already, Oddik can take a silver lining and a win out of this round, regardless of the way it goes.
Yeah, Malb's just going to full send now. Now the Molotov's gone. Now there's no more util for the T side. They just need to full send. And he's going to try and find this kill onto Woody, who looks to recover the rifle, but that's not going to be the case. Ponta, quite a passive angle inside the donut, and all there is Slacks on the lurk. All that's going to be required, and unless Ponta has an absolute miraculous round here and now revealed position, it's over and done with as Slacks from range finds the second for himself as well. But I'm going to get the fuse and M80. They find themselves a knife. But yeah, that was certainly a bold attempt through mid.
Yeah.
It worked though.
Hey, I mean, M80, double Molotov, and they just expect, you know, they assume it's like a wall, but they disregard it. I quite like that from Oddik. They've got to get something out of that round. They've got a minimum, a bare minimum scenario. They've got to get a bomb plant. That's going to give them, of course, not only kind of the rifles out, potentially even an AWP as well, if they want to tease that AWP. Is a question mark whether they want to go for it. They will. Tease that AWPing's been a little bit weird. For Oddik, it's not exactly been all too favourable towards Woody, so we'll see what he can do with it. But the biggest thing as well is just getting all the trimmings, right? Getting the util around that belt, gonna restack him up and give them a chance. Molotov, smoked out. They're gonna play up close here as well, and Swisher gonna try and join him for a fight. Spam on the corner. I actually pushed through this, you're looking tempted. Molotov will force him back, and Swisher gonna respect it.
Yeah, nice. He wanted to get aggressive there. Completely extinguish the Molotov that was blocking him off early doors, just so we can gain up that foothold. And the flash goes in, but the Molotov does just stop Swisher from swinging out onto him. Jag control now under T ownership. Just peeking on the corner, Swisher. Kind of expecting someone to try and rip his head clean off, and well, Nighty tries it. So Molotov comes in to force him back and Slacks off the back of the boost to be able to take down Woody. Nighty, fantastic spray control to be able to take down Malbs and Slacks. Gets that revenge off the back of his teammate. Def inside of mid, looking for control onto Turtle, and isn't he going to be able to find it? First bullet wasn't clean, doesn't matter though. Swisher, 9 bullets in the mag, looks for the head of Nighty. Not going to be the case. He's done so much in this round so far. 3 kills to his name. Does get tagged down a little bit more. Round begins slowing down as they fall back the bomb in no man's land. All of that work made, Neo. It's just going to fall to the wayside, but they have drawn them over towards that B bomb site. Now they can hot foot it over towards A with the bomb.
30 seconds. Got to make a decision here.
This is
Leading the charge, he's down to 32 points of HP, but he's going to get some leeway to work with. But he can leverage his way out. Def up close. Shadow spotted, but he will get the kill nonetheless. 1v2 and Ponta's alone. He's going to be given the sight, the luxury of it. Regs arguably over-rotated a little bit here. So bomb going to go down. They'll hear the plant, and now they're doubling back for a rotate. The real issue is Ponta's only got a molly to work with. He drops it towards CT now. He buys himself so much time, and he does the beautiful work. M80 might even be calling for a pause, you know, in a second off the back of this one. An over-rotation could cost him the round. Ponta on the corner. Might be given the chance here. Swing, fine, knows the other's cross as well as he heard the steps. He now hears the jump as well. Def fumbling around, trying to find his way into the round. And Ponta lines up damage, but not the kill. Def might just stick it. Balls of steel from the UK. Now when he comes off it, half a second left and he'll let it fall. Ponta's going to find the round. But why did Def come off the bomb? Half a second left. Cluttered comms will cost M80 a round, and Def, a brutal error, is going to allow Oddik back into this game. That could be costly.
Committed for 4.5 seconds. At that point, you just have to commit to it, Def. We can't air on it too much. Like, he's going to be upset about it. It might put him on tilt for like all of 10 seconds. But this was an amazing play from Oddik. Let's not take anything away from them here. Ponta maybe gave a little bit too much respect to his opponents off the back of the stick. But either way, it was a great entry from them, and being able to draw their opponents over towards that A bomb site in a 2 versus 2 situation as well, to eventually convert the round.
Hang on.
Great play from them.
Hang on.
What on
Ponta is already out towards A through Temple. There's no way they expect this, and this is now a real issue. It's a timing play. The bomb's going to go towards A, right? This is the big call. The big question is what info they gain through Red Room. But yeah, Rek, not a clue in hell. There's no one's playing through Donut because they heard the util earlier. That Molotov that came down. Yeah, they smoke him out. Really smartly played. Man, Oddik have got the round off the back of just one man's antics.
Yeah.
And Ponta now holds the rotations too. Molotov will come down. Bomb Plant will come down as well. And they try to get up close and personal. Finds one. Malbs will trade. I don't know whether they want to give this retake a go. Death's not got a lot of money. Slack's got no money on an AWP. There's no way they can reinvest into it. So they're going to save. They might have been given that luxury because look who's waiting. Matthew for one. Looking for two and he'll find it as well. Rips Malbs' head off his shoulders and leaves Slacks reeling, tail tucked between his legs. He looks to try and save this AWP. And Oddik, man, are they flying. I said do not sleep on this side. Bit of magic left in that locker. That goes without saying. Slack's going to find one. He'll drop a smoke. That goes without saying. He's going to be hunted to a degree, but they're not going to get there in time.
Yeah, they don't have the money to like fully hunt him down. But what's the com there from Woody? It's, hey Ponta, can you see if you can go A and just find something for us? And it's like, I am in CT. It's like, wait, the round's like 15 seconds deep. How are you in CT already? Finds that kill, and then from there, it's all said and done. There's nothing else you can find from that.
It's a ballsy play. Ponta, somebody who, essentially plays a lot of those lurk positions for Oddik on that T side. He's not actually given a lot of leeway to work with individually. See what it means to them though. They're getting hyped. 9-all. The backbone of M80. Feeble and shattered. Finances in flux. Molotov close as well. Mal's trying to get a little frisky. Will get caught. Zeus some death. I don't mind it. I don't mind it. Why not? He's gonna chunk a nade though pretty badly, but he's gonna get it. There for one. DK scooped up, but not given time to cock that gun, so Ponta will get a double. It should be the round. Slacks is still alive. There's a chance, but they don't want to overcommit that up.
Oh no, 2013 Cody is so happy that the Zeus is actually meta now. Like, it fills me with so much joy that we see pros actually buying it. Yeah. Really clean there from Def. It's just a consolation frag, of course. You get no money for a Zeus kill. Yeah. So it's purely a, haha, you've got to rebuy armor, which is better than nothing, right? Oddik, of course, it was a clean round from them, with the exception of the one Zeus kill. A really easy execute for them over on the B-bomb side. Again, all of the kills, if you look in the map in the top left-hand corner, inside of Jag, inside a cave. Yes. That's just where all of the fighting's been happening across this entire game. First half, second half, it's just that control. We're rarely even seeing fights over towards ramp and long. It's purely just, who can get this? Okay, you win it, cool, we're going A.
Oddik, first side to crack double digits. That was a throwaway round by most metrics though for M80. Look and see what they can do with the slight upgraded pistols, but even that was a big ask. Oddik in a really strong position right now. It looks like I'm going to get a timeout from M80. Oddik have used all three of theirs up already, so a good opportunity for a conversation to come through. And of course, I mean, I guess there is advantages around the coach in the server, technically speaking. Also disadvantages too, but he's not been doing too bad. He's holding his own in all fairness. He's playing some pretty tough roles as well. He's in the thick of it. Playing out through Jag, one of the most, as you mentioned, kind of hotly contested areas. These are going to come through. I'm sure Oddik don't respect this. Nine's already out, so doesn't really care. You're going to beckon the rest of the team through, and they're popping it on towards B. Def going to be tested. Famas out. Decides to swing. Decides to find one, and he will. Ponta in for the trade, but the bomb will go down. This is so janky, but through the smoke, I don't know they need to go for that sort of play. That might cost them. Matias in the flames, tickling the toes. Bit of damage, but now post-plant set up.
Jag's still under CT control as well. Lurk could come out at any moment from M80 to be able to shut down any form of aggression that
Rex flanking.
Yeah. That Woody and Matios have. Just been holding it for so long. He actually doesn't need to aggress at this point. Like, he can just swing, wait to see what he can find, but the onus is all on Oddik here to be able to make this aggression, and with Matios getting taken down, Wood's like, yeah, never mind, I'm out of here. Oh, it would have been Rek actually finding that kill if he held the angle instead. Wanted to back up the rest of his teammates. Oh god, it's really weird. It's like this back and forth where it's like Wood started to leave, and it's like, okay, I'm going to leave as well. They think he's a little bit deeper down over towards T-spawn, but they are going to be hunting down for this AWP. There's not too much money available for M80 here, so it's going to be a bold one.
I don't know if Woody saves this.
He's going to try it, but like, it's just, It's going to be so hard.
The
timing,
timing
man.
nearly gets them. Woody's a lucky man to still be alive here, right? Or he actually is playing the best thing he's doing is he's playing behind enemy lines. So the big thing of keeping the AWP alive here, it gives him something to work with in towards these next few rounds. Oddik have had a bit of an unstable econ, generally speaking. Of course, the biggest issue there was no bomb plant coming through on that C-side. Bomb was trying to go down, and Molotov denies it. We saw Flames, of course, bit of damage as well, information gain. So, nice and simple. No question mark, M80 gonna tie this game right back up. 10 rounds apiece. Like we said, they can squeeze out a bye. What do they have left in reserves? Not a whole lot. And a real opportunity. As we get towards the tail end of this game as well, it's starting to quite a swing sort of momentum area, right? We've got a very important round here, but neither side exactly have the most stable funds in the long term. These next, round number 21, 22, so damn important, could actually spiral into the map and the series, of course, in their favor. Legends, of course, these only best the ones here. I think a little bit of info was heard there on that molly. Swisher still sticking around.
I think it was.
Got the support.
Yeah, 90's pushed up so deep here, and look, if he just stays there, just as the smoke fades, but Swiss is going to be able to come out on top, and with that finds Turtle inside of mid, also finds Mattios in the process, also picks up 3. Swisher doing so much there. And again, all comes down to a timing on lane. It's round after round, this is where it's happening.
He's a known quantity, though. You can see.
He is. They know where Ponta is at this point.
And this is actually a really decent adjustment by M80. They're realizing that Oddik, they're not all too proficient in terms of how they're going for these A executes. So they're actually giving them the site because they know they can play retake on it, especially now in these 2 versus 4s. They know they're all staying alive because it's in the pocket of Woody. They know it's going to make their life kind of easy when it comes towards retakes because they can just play the trade game. So it's actually quite a simple little adjustment by M80. Originally, they were actually pushing for information through main and fighting out through Donut as well. This time, now you see individuals like Rek just anchor towards Donut and kind of give them the site. They know something's up. You can see Rek poking around. He's waiting for a lurk, and actually, Ponta's going to get a freebie here, which I guess is nice. It's more whether he can line up a couple. Nobody else around. Just confirm the kill, my friend. Or keep your AK alive. You've got a decision here, right? And this is what he's going to go for, keeping the AK alive. Now, there's blessings and curses to this, right? The good thing, you have an AK. The bad thing, you get no money, right? And I think of a side influx, this could be awkward. Rex cleared it. Oh, not effectively. And he will fall. And if I'm right in saying that he fell off the time there as well. So funds are a little feeble. That was really going to hurt. And like I said, winning these rounds of how all over the place both sides of econs have been, this could spiral to a couple of rounds. For M80, that could be the decider.
Yeah, this is the first time we've seen this, right? I mean, it was the previous round, it was round number 20, where we saw the save of the AWP from Woody, and then we saw round number 21 where the save was attempted from Ponta, and now look at him. He's got a P250 and absolutely nothing. No, and he even sells a P250. He just wants a smoke to be able to play around with instead. Yeah, this is not looking good for Oddik at this point. This needs to be an incredibly influential round from them. They need to make sure that these AKs stick and actually do something here. Because if they are just falling to the waist, yeah, this is do or die. You're completely right. Because if they just fall to the wayside and don't find frags, and honestly, the round conversion to be able to bring us 11-11, I think this might be all said and done.
No, it is. I mean, there's one caveat to that. If Oddik get a bomb plant, they can maybe survive a little bit in terms of squeezing out Galil's, but I'm not feeling too confident right now. I don't really think Oddik are either. 11-10, M80, 2 rounds away from the all-elusive 13, and they're going to triple stack out through B here. They're grouping up, and the biggest issue as well that lies on the shoulders of Oddik, they don't actually have a huge amount of util to work with, so they're fumbling together to try and squeeze out how they're going to Rexy here.
Smoking a flash.
Smoke drop to Woody, a flash in the back pocket as well. Molotov airburst though, and that could be huge. They won't gain the information. There's actually a quad stack out through doors there. One smoke going to come over towards long, and they drop their own in towards ramp. This is really good. Swisher might respect that smoke, but he has a lineup looking for the odd spam, but he will get caught. Swisher falls, bomber goes down, and pressure now on the shoulders of M80 on the retake. They're going to find one. Malbs answering back. Turtle dropped. Numbers dwindling, chances dwindling, and now Def pops for one. It should be enough, it should be all she wrote. Tries to line them up, but Mattios needed a miracle here in America, and it's not going to happen. M80 finds 12. I said a bomb plant will allow them some room to work with, but pressure's all on the shoulders here. Oddik are in a lot of trouble.
If you can't convert it with the AKs, do you think you're going to be able to convert it with the Galils? Though, I would say the main issue there was the fact that the util that was available was a flash and a smoke. Now we're already seeing more than that on a single player. Matios has what they had in the previous round and then some. Ponta's going to have a little bit more also. There's enough flashes, there's enough util now for Oddik to be able to make a claim of this round. They just need to make sure they don't fall fatal to some silly little errors when they're executing out onto this B bomb site. They're looking for early aggression here, and as the Molotov goes down, Turtle's going to give it to him. He's going to begin pushing on through. He's going to look for this opening pick. Mouse has no clue this push has come through at all, and he's lucky to stay alive for a brief couple of moments, but Turtle does end his life. Swisher now. Smoke goes down to be able to cover behind him. He's going to go for the swing. Lines up one, lines up two, looks for the third as well, but it's going to be Death to be able to find one of those. Looks for one more for himself, and now does the Galil Ponta, who's done fantastic in this game, but it's not going to be enough. It's the 13th round there for M80, and Oddik just fall towards the end of that game. An incredibly close one, though.
Oddik had that one kind of in their grasp, and they let it slip. A couple of very small, mistakes cost them so much. I'm looking, the big one is Ponta. Dying off the time in that really forced them into a fort. It's a small thing. If he stays alive, or if he was to die before time, they actually eco that round and then buy the next, and the econ settled. But because he's now left on 350, he has to force. The rest of the team are sitting around 3.8 to 4K, and they're like, well, we may as well. And it sells them down the river. Small mistakes let them down, and the biggest thing in that tail end, consistently limited utility. M80 were able to just play back on the sides. I like this. M80 really were able to learn on the fly there on that CT side. We saw the adjustments come through how they played A. And, even though statistically didn't look all that great, Rec had a lot of influence, man. A lot of information he was gaining out through Donut and A. You realized nobody was basically pressuring main. We saw a few times Ponta go for these wild plays. It worked once, right? We're going to give him the benefit of that on one time, but for the most part, Rec had it covered. It was actually a really, really solid setup. And hey, we question him. Def held his own.
Def did hold his own. He was really, really good. And I just want to have a kind of a testament to M80 there. Like, the only reason that Ponta gets killed after time in that round, like the ever crucial round, which honestly kind of defined the end of the game here, was because M80 were communicating correctly, they were pushing together as a squad, and they cleared every possible angle, and then Rec in the back of his mind went, I haven't cleared big box. And then they were able to trade it. Like, it's great comms, it's really clean from M80, and eventually it ends up securing them the game. It was fantastic. This was the one whiff that we saw from Def, like not sticking the bomb, but I suppose there's a universe where that is that correct call, because it's like, okay, I want to get the frag here, and then I've still got time for the defuse. But what do you value more? One kill, one an M4, and then the defuse, or confirming the defuse?
It's one of those things. It's very easy for us to say, because we've got the benefit of hindsight and X-ray. In the moment like that, it's actually a 1v2 turn to 1v1. Def's done really well to even get in that position, but fundamentally didn't cost them. If it had cost them, I think we'd probably touch on it a little bit more. But all things considered, M80, for the circumstances this side are under, that is a really, really important win.
Look what it means
to a side who have come in towards this with questionable expectations, just because losing your having your coach having to step in can leave you a little bit worse for wear. But Malbs with a masterclass of his own in Mexico, 23 kills to his name, and Def second overall in terms of ADR, 89.74, 17 and 17 for him. And you know what? One thing I want to give a lot of credit towards M80, they're playing Def actually in a lot of the high impact roles. He's playing out through Jag, and normally the expectation would be, okay, maybe he takes Rec's roles, and Rec will kind of they shift all over one position. Maybe Rec then ends up playing through mid, or they put Slacks in through those kind of position. But overall, man, I really kind of respect how they understand that Def actually can do a job here.
Yeah, it's the one thing which popped to my mind was like, I'm going to play positions that are pretty risky, so you know that I would never ask you to play this position unless I think that it's possible. So it's just like I know this, I know that I can do this, and I know my team can do this. And showing that up on the server is incredibly important. I mean, look at this. It was back and forth across the entire game, and it was just a few little issues over on that T side for Oddik, which meant that, well, they do not convert, and now they're in best of 3 hell, unfortunately. Best of 3s for the rest of their games. They need to go 3-1 to secure their position in the Copenhagen Major.
Oh, not
We had
good.
pretty decent best of ones, I think, to start us off, mate. These were fun.
Sometimes you can come in towards these, especially where how kind of the seeding works, and they be pretty one-sided. You know, Elevate, we have question marks, they've got to stand in. M80, we have question marks, they've got to stand in. And it's different results for both of the stand-ins, but overall, we kind of come in towards these games with maybe at times limited expectations because we just don't know what we're going to get out. There is a real clear unknown kind of quantity here.
Absolutely.
But hey, man, I think a lot of credit has to be given towards M80. They're still, regardless, I said, if they step on a big way, Malbs and Swisher are a massive win factor. If they want to pull off a result here, they're the two guys we look towards, and Malbs, especially in a big way, absolutely stepping up. And the important thing now for M80 is to try and spiral this, try and use his confidence, see what they can do with it. But ladies and gents, for us here on the B stream, that is us done and dusted. Right in saying it's Lucy and Brandon going to be taking over from us for the final two best of ones. You're going to want to sit tight. There's some pretty good ones, especially, of course, if you want to be taking a look at that final game of the day. It is no joke. So ladies and gents, sit tight. There's going to be a little bit of a break, and we're going to change on over. We'll see you soon.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Finds it to perfection. And Simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he steps away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
couldn't take anymore. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q, I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
And welcome back, guys. Bit of a change of scenery. It's now going to be myself, Lacey, and Brandon take you through the final best of ones of the day. We've had some pretty exciting games so far, some close ones, some not so close ones. And I think these last two are also going to be pretty interesting.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, it was really cool to see Elevate get off to a strong start and then Complexity just kind of use their experience and overwhelm them. But that game we just saw, right? M8's taking on Oddik. I mean, it was back and forth. It felt like for a moment that Oddik were going to steal it away. And then, unfortunately for them, it just didn't quite pan out. And here we are then, two more best of ones to kind of set the tempo for the opening day here at the Americas RMR. Red Canids taking on Wildcard, then followed by Imperial versus NRG. Some big games here, and obviously with a lot on the line here. Obviously the schedule for the Americas being you lose 2 games, you're eliminated. It's as simple as that. There is an awful lot on the line here. It is imperative to start strong, especially in a BO1 format.
Yeah, I think we talk about like the BO1s at the major being so important, and particularly when it's MR12, right? And like so much can go wrong so quickly, and the importance of getting off to a good start is just accelerated further here, where as soon as you lose a single game, doesn't matter where it happens in the whole tournament, you're into BO3 elimination games. So you can literally just play basically 3 maps in your home. So it gets very scary, and one of these two teams will find themselves in that position. We've got Red Canids, Brandon. This is a team that I think has come under the radar of a lot of people in the sort of last 6-7 months or so. Tell me a little bit more about this team if people aren't familiar at home.
Yeah, look, it's a really cool roster because it's filled with a collection of really solid riflers. You've got the core from Bequeta and Selva that have come over with the addition of Davideus from 9Z and around about October. It feels like this team is really building for the future. They showed a lot of promise when they were under the Bequeta banner. The fact that they've made it here as well is a big testament, and you've got the blend of experience from the likes of Knifin and Hardzao. You bring in Venom Zera, who has played with the roster for quite a while and is still quite young, has provided an opportunity. And Davideus is one of those guys that can grab the game by the scruff of the neck, be that closer that Red Canids have always kind of lacked.
Yeah, and then on the other side, Wildcard, one of the North American hopes that's come through with some familiar faces in the mix, helmed by Stanislaw, who's sort of come back into the fold of North American Counter-Strike and really taking this roster on a pretty nice trajectory. It feels like they're kind of on the up and up, and I think they're very much like their name. They're kind of like a wildcard team for me at this event, where I feel like they have a chance of really beating anyone.
Yeah, I mean, look, take a look at how they got here, right? It was 3-0. We speak about Wildcard. No one anticipated that they would get through that cleanly. And Stanislaw is one of those guys that have come back into the game from other games that we won't quite mention. And then is brought in, look, JBA has played with him on Forsaken. Slight has been with the Wildcard roster since April 2023, but domestically has always been one to watch out for. And also Sonic, right? This guy that has stood in for Complexity recently against Tier 1 European competition, looked really strong, especially over on Ancient, and the guy's 25 years old, right? I mean, it's a lot of experience, a lot of firepower, and you kind of associate the name Stanislaw Sonic, you think they're about similar ages, but no, the guy's 25, and it means that he's got room to grow and peak in the next couple of years.
Yeah, and it feels like a big conversation with these two teams is going to be about the riflers.
Yep.
To me, it feels like that's kind of the big head-to-head is the core in these two teams, and you mentioned a name that I think a lot of people have been talking about, and that is JBA, right? We saw HTV did an article about him, and Dust 2 also put in the top players to watch, the top player to watch. So a lot of people have high expectations of this young guy. I think he sort of comes through as one of the most mechanically gifted new talents on the scene in North America, and kind of brings a new hope and a bit of excitement to this roster.
Yeah, no, and also I think what's interesting is you take a look at that interview and you look at how highly Stanislaw speaks of him when it comes to his mentality. Really willing to learn, understands understands the mistakes and wants to build upon it. And speaking of mistakes, there could be a couple that comes through here in this veto process. I feel like these map pools are quite similar. We're going to see the bans coming out the way, Ancient straight out the gate for Wildcard. Makes a lot of sense. They've been a little bit rocky on it, and Red Canids are pretty strong on this map.
Yeah, it's interesting. We've got a couple of games today where permas of Ancient are coming through, and Ancient has like been the map in all of these RMRs. It's already been played, I think, 3 times today. So we're not going to see it in this match, nor the next one on the B stream. So if you hate Ancient, you're in the right place. I'm thinking, you know, in terms of where this goes, my expectation is probably maybe an Anubis or Overpass. Now, I think you could see Mirage.
Yeah, I feel like Mirage could actually be in that conversation piece.
The only reason I was kind of thinking maybe not a Mirage is because it is Red Canids' strongest map.
Yeah.
And I feel that Wildcard maybe don't want to push it there. It could be a little bit risky, but it is a strong map for them as well.
It's one of those mentalities where it's like, okay, well...
Oh, they banned it, actually.
It's where you feel like your individuals are better, so you might play it. But Mirage being banned up by Red Canids is a little bit of a surprise. I feel like it is now more likely we lean... Surely there's no way this goes Vertigo.
Yes, it's really interesting because I was certain it was going to go Anubis or Overpass, and they're both banned so early. So Nuke, yeah, this is kind of the third map that they're both kind of on the same level on, so it's a bit of a middle ground for them. It's a bit of a spicy one in a best of one, though. I
think what's really interesting as well is that, look, we've talked about the JBA interview, and one thing that is kind of really prevalent just watching him play is his overextensions. Sometimes he can get punished, and I don't actually think that's going to come into play in this matchup because Red Canids, stylistically, the way that they like to play is by getting incredibly aggressive in your face. JBA having those aim fights, it could be really interesting. What a dynamic to kick things off of. Nuke, our first map here for Red Canids and Wildcard. A lot at stake. And Red Canids starting on that CT side. That's such a boost.
Yeah, they'll be very happy with that decision. Maybe part of why the veto went this way, knowing that if they floated it, they might get that juicy CT side start. Outside presence early, and Nathan strikes first blood from top of silo, gets information as well out from Red.
He wants more. Look, 2 players have made it now secret. Slight is just trying to convert, but the bomb's made it down. There hasn't really been any rotations at the moment for Red Canids. Knifin is more than happy just to keep taking these fights. And whilst he's doing that, not only is he splitting up Wildcard, he's slowing them down.
Yeah, it's really wasting a lot of time. And the USP in these fights you tend to favor, despite the Glock feeling particularly potent in CS2. He's about to get swung on though, and this is where it's going to get very difficult for him to stand up. Double Glock is going to take him down. Now you got the bomb out towards Garage, and there's a lot of CTs poking out from every single angle. JBA got to see a bit of that mechanical prowess. 1 kill comes through. He's very separated from his teammate, and well, now very separated. Slight, nice tap, but can't get it done. Venom Zero swings, and Red Canids get the pistol.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for Wildcard. You can start to kind of see the nerves even in this first round. The fact that the bomb goes first out of Garage after they get the kill on towards Knife, and they think they can take space beyond that. But by the amount of time he's wasted, Red Canids are in the perfect position to just swing as a unit. I think that the fact that you get the bomb dropped so far in the open is a disaster sign for Wildcard early on, and from there, the rest of the CTs can just pincer upon it. There's no way out.
It's really interesting pistol approach to the T side, right? Because normally you want to play very pack mechanically, kind of put a lot of pace to it, but that felt like very much they wanted to go for aim duels outside, which is obviously a little bit tricky against USPs at long range. Nathan might get another opening kill. Stanislaw presents himself at red. A lot of SMGs in the feed. JBA does get 1 back with the Glock. Has the bomb, so there is a pathway down to B. Potentially, you know, a plant here, if he just keeps going, would be a huge boon, but really wanted that MP9.
That reload's been heard as well. You can see Venom Zero immediately communicating to his team that he's actually paused for 4, and as a result, there could be a player that is top lobby. That's where Sonic currently resides, and they're so separated. Really hoping just for a kill, but won't get one. Venom Zero collects, and that's a lot of money being made. Every single kill currently going on an MP9. So for JBA, it's just a case of, again, trying to get that extra bomb plant money.
Yeah, it feels like that decision there is more about, you know, how can we potentially win this round versus how do we get the bomb down and get that extra cash, right? Obviously couldn't have known that the site was completely clear, but either way, that one goes about as you expect.
The battle for ramp is going to be very interesting. Obviously, we've mentioned JBA. That's where he likes to play typically. on this T side, but for Red Canids, it's Davideus, and it's the star power that he brings, obviously replacing Bartan on this roster, who then went over to Legacy. And he offers up much more firepower, and Davideus used to play ramp as well for 9Z, so this feels really comfy for him. It's going to be a real test for Wildcard, and they're going to group as a unit. Just a 5-man lean over towards these smokes. Knifin just trying to play on the edge of it. Stanislaw only gives it a cursory glance. So that's the MP9 grabbing one. They need to start to accelerate. Fortunately, there's a trade. Wildcard are down.
Yeah, it's a huge amount of info. Kniffin's done everything he needed to do. Gets a kill. Spots at least 3 going down secret. Destiny gets destroyed, but Davideus strikes for 2. Keeps it even. That is all the defenders down here, so the bomb will get planted by Slight. JBA is taking a forward position too. Great Molotov. Forced to the right-hand side. And Slight with a beautiful tap, but then swings right. Bit of a mistake, and Hearts Out will capitalize.
I think this is, again, you just look at the inexperience of some of these players. Obviously, we've already highlighted the stakes here. You lose a couple of games, you are eliminated. There's no contention for you to qualify through to the major. They set themselves up perfectly there. Sure, it's a little bit difficult because you've got so much utility in your pockets there, Wildcard, but where they get caught out by the MP9 at red, they just want to take the space and they want to accelerate onto the bomb sites, try and get rid of these rotations. And in the 2 versus 2, Slight finds the opener and he's just jiggling with his gun out. That's what it should be. Instead, it's with a bottle of flame, and now JBA is completely left on his own. Fantastic adjustment from Red Canids. A retake successful, and now the T-woes continue for Wildcard.
That was a really nice tap from Slight there. Gotta give him credit for that one. Stan's going fast, straight on out. Slows down for a moment. Now he's gonna push through the smoke, and he's looking everywhere, but didn't find any of the targets. There was a world where there were 2 players exposed to him. That flashbang absolutely devastated his approach into the site.
And now you start to wonder, look, sure, 4 rounds in, 4 rounds deep. This is going to be a 4-0 start, flawless for the South American squad. But for Wildcard, think about what you've tried. Spacing towards ramp was kind of dismayed by a couple of players swinging. You've gone outside with smokes, and you've been shut down ultimately by the bomb site. And then here, you've gone for a faster change of play. It feels like you've tried every single dimension in the first 4 rounds. You've shown that you can just have a wide variety of variations, but when you've been shut down and there's not really any opportunities presented to you, it can feel quite demoralizing.
I think this round, I mean, you just got to try a fast A early. So at least it's a good kind of read on the setup, but yeah, kind of falls flat in its face. I do like the Wildcard at least attempting a lot of different variations early on.
Yeah, you're right. It's a good amount of variations early on. But the issue you've got is how do you kind of get rid of this? And for Wildcard, look, we know that there's 2 coaches on board, right? You've got you've got Horvey, that is more your stats guy, more analytical based, was with this team since its inception. And then you've got Wardell, who is going to be probably the guy just standing behind them, just kind of motivating them just a little bit. The conversation is very vocal indeed. It's just about settling them down. Because sure, it's been a little bit of a rocky start, but there's still plenty more rounds to play. Obviously, CT side nuke is increasingly favorable for Red Canids, but at the same time, Wildcard, look, you've shown good spacing in towards B at the very least. If you just use your utility a little bit to kind of disguise where you're going initially in the interim, then that could just be definitely a position of power. Won't really come into the conversation too much in round 5 with just the Tech 9s.
Arzel's going to have a little look outside. Diagonal smokes deployed. Sonic's going to be looking around them, and this HE won't quite reveal him. It's a little bit of information that there's nobody kind of close proximity. See a Molotov being set up, then another HE blows. This time Sonic is out of the server. Now they're going to accelerate in through Squeaky. Destiny, no issues spraying them down. These Tech 9s, unfortunately, not finding much purchase Nathan with the AWP. Another interesting conversation point for this squad. Has been statistically the lowest performer. Struggling a little bit to hit these shots. You might actually get run down. No, does eventually find it. An Infinite dealt with by Destiny. So they managed to weather the storm, don't lose a single body.
Yeah, Knife are one of those IGLs that has kind of taken the Fallen-esque approach, has really just taken inspiration from him, like the majority of the South American scene, where you're in-game leading, but you're also warping at the same time. This is just really easy. It just feels like Wildcard, they're going a little bit prematurely before the grenades, slightly before everyone is in the right position to go.
Another chance. Slight gets the AWP out. And Stanislaus, not quite straight down. No smoke really to give him coverage on that one. Obviously had the forward spawn, but maybe if he'd been able to get straight into the vent, he might have made it. Regardless, they're going to accelerate onto ramp, and there is an opening here. The player is already down on the B bomb site. Look like that for the radar at the very least. Yeah, we can see tucked on through. Actually, 2 bodies down there. They're fully aware of what this space on ramp entails. Wildcard decides they don't really want to test this.
Yeah, this is better though from Wildcard, because now you've taken map control away from Red Canids, and now you're redirecting your attention elsewhere. You're creating pressure on a different area of the map to try and guarantee that these players don't immediately rotate. Knifin, this is all about timing. Having a look outside, Infinite, a player that's really gone under the radar for Wildcard, has been incredibly impactful in his rifle, and this time won't have anything to sing about in round 6. Back to ramp they go. That's the only piece of space they've now got.
They don't need it to budge down here though. Destiny's gonna regroup. Vidius over towards single. Gonna get smoked off. Opens the door. Oh, they still open backwards. It's not been changed quite yet. And walking on through. Oh, Destiny's taken down, but that's a perfect swing on through. 2 kills will be enough. Sonic has to come up clutch. 1 versus 3. Time is low, has to stick to the plant, and Nathan just walks on through, doesn't even allow the bomb to go down.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate there for Wildcard, because it feels like this is the first time they've actually set themselves up for a proper mid-round. A lot of utility being used all the way, every single stage. But it just doesn't quite pan out, and you've got the liberties now of Red Canids, where they feel so confident they can just start walking through these smokes. It's just so easy for Davideus, and from there the rest of the team can swarm.
Yeah, they're really not having to stress too much, are they? Nathan's just openly taking duels outside. Been no real punish so far. I feel like that is a space you can punish, and he does miss his opportunity. Managed to get in towards main. Venom Zero, he get caught off guard here. Oh, Infinite can't quite convert the kill to Tech 9. Now the rest are going to burst through. And in from the heavens, there's support. Hards out, doubles up. Sonic gets himself an AWP. Misses his chance, and now 1 more kill will be his. That's all it's going to be.
And this is why we said in the pre-game that we were really surprised that Nuke was even allowed this far deep in the veto, even allowing it for Red Canids to be in a position to pick it in the first place. Wildcard make the decision to go here instead of Vertigo. It's a map that they've got somewhat of a success on, but not many reps. You compare and contrast that Red Canids, they've got an okay win rate. It's about 50-50, but they've played it a lot more times than Wildcard. Worried about the kills as well. Stan, Infinite, yet to post. Full of goose eggs right now on Wildcard.
You don't love to see it.
Oh.
And Infinite won't get a chance. His first frag into this round.
It's even just there though. I mean, you've thrown a garage smoke, you've thrown the diagonals, but you're peeking over the top by Red before it's even bloomed. You don't need to play this proactively to try and get a kill.
I feel like Nathan's not really had to work too hard out here, has he?
No.
Loads a couple of smokes, fires a few shots. He's missed like 3. But he's not getting punished at all for any mistake he's making.
feel like the real issue you've got is that Wildcard have got a strong call, and it almost feels like it's out of spawn. Okay, this is the area of the map that we want to take. But then once you've got that control, or if things don't go to plan, there isn't really sort of a backup. So that here in secret, they fight back over at main. You've got a player this time in lobby, so you can crunch. Instead, they're walking through these smokes to try and eliminate Knifin, but he's got a tight line.
It's going to be difficult to deal with.
30 seconds. The bomb's only just been picked up.
But they have to go through main. That's the only option here. Nathan's got a good line. That is actually going to get smoked off, but he's going to relocate, call it out. Now Venom Zero, top of height, gets one before he's dropped. Nathan rotates on up. Now you know exactly what's going on. 10 seconds. Up from the vents. This could just undermine it all. Slights locked it on the angle, and actually, the bomb does go down. Waiting for Harzau to come through main. Stanislaw needs a phenomenal clutch. Can't even get the first.
That's right, Canids with 8. I feel like that round in particular, that's a stark contrast if you take a look at the way the teams are setting up when it comes to the communication. Wildcard, they're hanging around red, they're by secret, they're not sure whether they go all the way down to clear the vents. What's the player in lobby got? Not too sure. So then you reset, you fight the main player, but Davideus is in the vent. He's just shooting. He's actually doing two things there. Trying to get Stanislaw off the bomb with limited time, or bait for the player that then comes around, Harzau on towards main. And from there, it's just so simple. They can group up. They can fight together. It's been a clinic so far for Red Canids.
Yeah. Not too much to criticize. I don't feel it's anything exceptionally fantastic they're bringing out.
Well, no, because they haven't really had to do anything. They've not really been limit tested too much.
No. Outside smokes go through. See those on the radar. This time it's just infinite. Sent out to lurk. Well, the rest of the team is going to be going towards ramp, so Davideus might be tested here. Incendiary about to be dropped, holding the slither line. Stands very close. He's just able to get off. And in fact, he's feeling confident. Wanted to fight it for a moment, and he's still sticking around. The support is here from Harzau. And that Molotov is so good at separating these tiers. They have no issue deleting everyone on ramp.
But again, you got to comment on it for Wildcard. Sure, it's Stanislaw running through an Incendiary. He's completely on his own. There's no flashbangs. There's people in towards radio and ramp that could support him. If you don't commit through that molly, then he's going to be on his own regardless, so at least throw a grenade. There's nothing there for them. It's so easy for Davideus just to fall off the angle. He can then feign that he's rotating down, and you got the player in from hell. In theory, these are all isolated gunfights, and they're ones in which Wildcard are losing.
Yeah, Davideus just felt no pressure there at all.
No,
he drops the Incendiary, and he's like, yeah, I'm just going to keep fighting. I've got support coming. Why not?
It's really unfortunate to watch if you're a Wildcard fan, especially after you've seen the journey that they've gone through to get here to this stage. The fact that it was 3-0, the fact that it was convincing against a number of teams in the closed qualifier. You have to beat what's in front of you, and they did so. Quite critically as well. It felt like they never really had too much trouble. But here, if you take a look at every single one of these rounds, how it starts, it is everyone grouping together. There's no essence of a fake. There's no essence of we're dropping utility to keep you interested at all. If you see one, normally you see the entirety of the Wildcard roster.
Avid in Serbia, ahead of this RMR boot camping as well in Europe. Had some reps against the best in the scene.
It's one of these teams as well. I know the rosters are a little bit different now, but when they were over competing in Thunderpick, they had a boot camp before that event. They also were saying to some of us that they had been practicing against European opposition. They were playing on high ping, but it was just to kind of get a feeling for how to defend against different executes and what to note for. So you know that they've been putting the practice in. It's just not clicking right now on the server. And unfortunately, that's when it matters most. Destiny in the corner by the vent. However, this time the Tech9s are getting some purchase. Davideus in from heaven. Sonic just running, knifing down. That's an AWP that can be retrieved. 3-on-2. This could be the round they potentially get.
Davideus just taking wild fights there out from heaven. And he kind of has to do it all here because Venom Zero got dinked down low by that P250. He's going to regroup. And this pause, oh, never mind, slide, perfect peek, fully aware. And now Stan looks like he wants to jump down. The slide gets caught. Stanislaus just patient behind Tetris. Does drop. Now Sanku's not going to be heard, so there's going to be a bit of time that he has to get into a post-plant position.
Hasn't got a gun. That's the issue. He couldn't have grabbed one before he dove down the vent. Now Davideus got a choice to make. Does he want to be loud? He's going to be. Resetting through ramp. That's not going to be heard by Stanislaus at the moment. Tucked in behind the box. Davideus needs to clear every single angle.
He hasn't heard any doors open though. He hasn't heard the window breaking, so that's going to eliminate a lot of positions that Stan can be. And you can see, he's not worried about control at all. It's dark, or it's the corner. And well, from the corner, Stan strikes and gets Wildcard on the board.
Yeah, what a time for you to get your first two kills in the half. Right when it matters, just a simple Tech-9 burst out through the A site. Flashbangs there were a really good support network as well for Wildcard. You see they're set up for Sonic to just swing over at the vent here and then in towards main. Knifin not ready, couldn't see. And just by taking the slow down, they know that Red Canids would like to go for these flanks. They like to try and position together and establish crossfires. Slight swings takes that risk. And it's risks that pay off for Wildcard, but now they need to grab a couple more in a row. They need to give themselves at least something to work with. One hand into this nuke map.
Yeah, try and get 3 fingers in. One's not quite getting them in touching distance of getting a comeback happening.
It's difficult as well because there's so much money is built up for Red Canids. It's going to be a buy sort of every single round. JBA holding. Davideus spotting. Now it's probably time to fall back. All that distraction means that Knifin, who's always seemingly over in the left-hand side of Garage, doesn't get punished and finds the opener.
Yeah, he's honestly having the best time at Garage. Like, he's playing the most default all positions you'd see in like any matchmaking game. And he has no issues finding kill after kill. Gonna be given another option. No, Infinite on the line does eventually punish him. With Sonic finding Destiny, it's a 3 versus 3. Hard Out's position. Accounted for, and oh my god, he just slings around. They try and trade out, hoping that the AWP shot was a distraction, but no. He was so ready for that swing. Now that 3v3 slowly falls apart and doesn't get any easier for Wildcard.
No, it really doesn't. Spoke about the amount of times that Knifin's been over at Garage, but even when they're dropping smokes to try and cross and deal with main players, it's being overlooked. And by having now Red Canids starting players in towards Secret, the one line in which you just took some comfort in if your Wildcard is really starting to be tested and rejected at the form of the defense. Fantastic kills as well from Hardzao. Felt like I've barely mentioned his name, but he's been alive and kicking all throughout the server. 6.5 KD.
Not bad. Bad at all. Well, 2. Is that workable for Wildcard if they can get it? Most would say no. I'm sure there's some NA fans out there that are enjoying the fragrant fumes of the copium. Dan going to be charging on through. Great utility, sets him up. Flashbang and the flames. Destiny gets 1 back. Make it 2, make it 3. Feels like you can find a avenue through. Oh, hold a second. Slight has spammed 1 down. But the bomb is on the site, so they can't go anywhere else. And this reposition from Davideus is deadly.
There's no way you expect him on this corner of Mustang, none whatsoever. And now as soon as he takes the contact, the AWP can move forward. Slight, good adjustment, but Davideus has once again moved straight ahead of the silo. 11-1 for Red Canids. It's dominant.
Only way you can really describe it. Slow start for the NA squad here. Seen some moments, they've been able to get some space onto the site, but it just feels like the positioning and the communications from Red Canids has just been so on point. Amount of multi-kills that have come through from all these individuals, and that's kind of what we talked about briefly in the pre-matches. The strength of the rifling core in this squad. Obviously, Nathan's been having a pretty decent game, but it's not really felt like he's had to work super hard for it. But it feels like the riflers, when put in difficult positions, like Destiny in that round, for instance, Davideus towards the end, even that ramp round 4 or 5 rounds ago, always able to step up for the multi-frag.
I think Look, it's not really relevant in this best of one, but it's an important thing to touch on. It's also the experience that Red Canids have got as a roster playing together.
Yes.
Even without, if you exclude the addition of Davideus, even though that came in October, and we're looking at, what, 6 months nearly, it's still been a very long time. These core 4 players, even 3 of Hardzao, Nathan.
Venom Zero, I think, was the 3 that went through. Well, they didn't quite make it to the major last time. They went 2-2.
Yeah.
Got beat out by Fluxo.
There was that Fluxo Liquid game as well for O2 in that major. Hoping for better showings here in Americas, not just for them, but also for Red Canids, and they've put a fantastic first step forward here. Because this game, it feels like it's inevitable. It's a question of when a Red Canid's going to close rather than if Wildcard can come back.
Yeah, definitely feels that way. And your Red Canids, you want to just make this really quick and easy. You want to feel on top of the world after your opening best of one.
Don't do a Furia.
Don't do a Furia, yeah. We've already seen one South American team choke a massive lead. 10-2 half they had. They were able to close it out, but well, they get to like 12-9 or something.
Yeah, that was 10-2. That was
a
little bit less dominant than this. Knife and P250 in his favorite place outside, flashing over the top for Venom Zero to walk through the smoke. This is fast A.
Just walking through. Sonic aware of it, but can't find the kill anyway. JBA dealt with, and oh, well, this is already looking done. Slides in the heavens. Okay, does get 1 kill back. But fighting out of here is so tricky, and Infinite's still clearing outside, making sure there's no late lurk. No kit on either of these players. Not sure if there's one on the floor of the site. Gonna give it a go. Flash on forward, swinging over the top. Nice tap from Slight, and Infinite needs to find 3. Time is ticking out of his favor. They can start to swing 1 by 1. Red Canids 12-1 map point.
And that's even in the case of, for this T side, just showing what Wildcard couldn't really achieve. Just the amount of contact they were able to play, even without throwing utility. They were just able to achieve so much by just playing off each other.
Wildcard obviously gonna have to force this one out. Okay, it's just bought 5 Glils, wanting to finish the job right here, right now. Outside smokes come through. Venom Zero deletes the scout immediately with his AK. Cross on over. The bomb is with the pack. What do you do if you're Wildcard here?
Hope.
Pray. Someone oversteps the mark. A recovered rifle. A bit of magic.
Maybe an opportunity there, but Sonic playing a little bit passive. Has got teammates in support this time around. But again, the grouping of Red Canids, they know they've got the rifles favorable to them. As long as they move together, this round is theirs.
So 2 5.7s in the site. 5.7s can get a bit of work done.
You don't even need to commit to this, though. That's the thing. 55 seconds left. You still got a player in lobby. You can reset.
I think they're just waiting to see if someone gives them that kill. Making Wildcard stewing it. This might be that kill. Venom Zero finds his. Spots went out towards Dark, and he's having no issues. JBA, 1 good kill. And Stanislaw falls, making it a 13-1 victory for Red Canids.
Yeah, first class performance from them as well. I mean, it was, to be honest, incredibly simple. They didn't need to change up the way that they were playing. They were never really tested by this wildcard squad, and for them, now it's just a case of resetting. Fortunately for today, the way the schedule works is you've only got 1 best of 1 to play today. So sure, that didn't go the way you intended, but you can take a breather, you can take a step back, but now your life is on the line and you're always fighting in these best of 3s.
Yeah, it's just straight to elimination best of 3s for Wildcard. It's not a position they want to find themselves in, and you never want to come in and just get kind of run over like that, right? Like, it's not great for the morale, but I do feel that, you know, with the team they have behind them, with Warden in particular, I feel like is going to be that strong voice. He's be able to keep it together for the boys, and they will be able to bounce back from this. I know it's a bad look. We saw Apex get destroyed 13-0 though, right? So, and they bounce back, so it's not impossible.
Yeah, no, it's just you've got one less lifeline here.
Exactly.
Which is the scary part. But if there's any sort of saving grace you can take from this, if you're Wildcard, it's look, Sonic had a good game. Despite it being a blowout, he was kind of trying to put up as many numbers as he could. You've got a wealth of experience in Stanislaw. You've got Horvey that will just take a look at this and think, what went wrong? It's just a combination. I think, to be honest, when you take a look at the rounds in isolation, I think a lot of this boils down to communication and nerves. And obviously that has a knock-on effect with the comms. Even here, you see this kill, knife and just over the top before the smokes are even blooming, Wildcard are peaking. And it's these unnecessary risks that snowball into dramatic consequences. 13-1. It is clear that Red Canids are not here to mess around.
Yeah, and we talk about the international experience of players like Stanislaw and obviously Sonic, but that doesn't apply to the rest of the squad. You know, it's a lot of faces that this is their first RMR, right? It's your first moment where you could potentially make a major, you could do something, you know, the thing that every player dreams of doing. So that pressure, you might not be feeling it kind of when you go through the closed qualifier and you just think about the games in front of you. But when you get here, when you see the other teams, you're getting set up and the map starts, it doesn't start the way you want, that's where it gets very scary. And this is not a pretty scoreboard to look at.
I tell you what, it is a pretty scoreboard to look at, though, if you're a Red Canids fan. Because, look, 13-1, look at the kill distribution. Everyone is in and about 15 kills. Knife and Shaw is a little bit behind on 11, but fundamentally, that is amazing to look at. The fact that there's such a dominant victory and every single player is delivering impact. And also, that really reflects kindly on how they were holding against Wildcard, because Wildcard, to their credit, tried everything. They showed fast A plays, they tried to go for ramp, they tried to take the outside space, even wrapping on towards Hell in the pistol round. They threw the kitchen sink at Red Canids, and it just did not pay off.
Yeah, so Red Canids are really happy, right? Because they've managed to have prep and practice on land against pretty much every attack that you can take towards Nuke, right? But I think that does reflect at least somewhat well on Stanislaw's falling and kind of what they're bringing to the table. It did feel like a lot of that was kind of some out of spawn stuff, right?
Yeah, for sure.
Even still, it's good to see that they had that variety, because often you can see a team, when they're getting absolutely throttled, they just keep going back to a slow default and get run over and can't really get anything happening. So it's good to see some variation, even if it didn't quite click. Yeah,
no, for sure. Look, there are definitely positives you can take a look at, but fundamentally, look, it just didn't work.
No.
And from there, from
what can you say, guys?
From an analytical standpoint, you go, okay, you hold your hands up and you think, okay, 13-1, go again tomorrow. Good luck, Wildcard. But congratulations to Red Canids. We've got to go to a break. When we come back, it's the final BO1 of the B stream. It's Imperial taking on NRG.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection and simple.
It's Olaf who's been on top of the box. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he's knocked away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the scene.
We are proud to announce new additions to the XL series. Both are using fast TN panels and newly upgraded Diac 2 technology. Fast TN panel, with its faster native response time, can reveal enemy outlines quicker during flashbang attacks. For IPS panel, more overdrive is required to enhance response speed, leading to dynamic image blurring due to the panel's inability to handle the load. These new monitors integrate new dynamic accuracy technology, Diac 2. The upgraded dual backlight design not only provides FPS players with clearer visuals at dynamic aiming and spray control, but are also more friendly to your eyes. Moreover, built in the monitor panel, Diac 2 functions independently and doesn't require any sync with PCs, ensuring no impact on game performance. XL setting to share now has auto game mode feature. Besides download, save, share your settings, it will auto apply different color settings based on your usage scenarios. Outlook of the latest monitors are refreshed. It has incorporated industrial-grade bearings into the height adjustment mechanism, allowing easier and smoother adjustment to the exact desired height. The new monitor series continue to evolve, refining details to ensure players can perform their best consistently in games. This is a brief introduction of the new XL monitor. Feel free to DM us if you have any questions.
done before. I thought I couldn't take anymore. Nah. Celebrate like you won the war. Guess you forgot what I'm fighting for. I'll come right back at ya. Better hope I don't catch ya. Cause when I do, I'm gon' smash ya. Now I'm out for blood. I'm ripping into the claw. I'm out for blood. I'm out for blood. You better bring it in, Q. I'm coming for. I'm out for blood.
All time for the last best of one of the day. I don't know about you, Brandon. I feel like I just got here. We're already onto the last game, but we've saved the best for the last, in my opinion. I feel like this Imperial NRG game has the potential to be the most exciting of the day.
Yeah, look, it's going to be an interesting one, right? I mean, you've got this Imperial sides that have been looking really strong domestically.
Very strong.
They've got some really cool individuals that we'll touch on in a moment. But for NRG, a team that wasn't really supposed to be here, didn't make it through the closed qualifier, have now got that opportunity to kind of prove themselves. It's going to be really interesting to see how these two teams match up.
Yeah, it's kind of like almost a fairy tale moment for them, but it does mean that they weren't preparing for this. They were caught up at the last minute, so they've not been, in Serbia on boot camp. They've been called in, so it's a lot of pressure on them, but it also means kind of takes the pressure off a little bit in a way, because you weren't meant to be here anyway. But let's talk a little bit about these teams, all right? Imperial, I think everyone knows Imperial, but this isn't the Imperial of old. This isn't Fallen's kind of last dance. No, this is a new look Imperial. We've got Vinny at the helm, Henny, Orping in his prime. It feels like he's back to that kind of level. Phelps, the highest performer on this team currently, which is insane to think of. And then these two youngsters, No Way and DCD, coming into the mix, and they're also looking really solid.
Yeah, look, I'm going to be honest with you. I see Phelps, and I was covering him a lot last year when he was kind of on Fluxo, and he was not looking like the same guy we're really used to seeing on the server. And at one point, I was wondering, where's the progression? How's it going to go from here? But he has clawed his way right back and he's playing some of the best CS. It feels like Counter-Strike 2 was such a blessing to him. He's thriving in this new game, and it's a joy to see. Meanwhile, you've got NRG, and we talk about old guard and new guard kind of meshing together on Imperial. Same thing here with NRG, right? We've got Daps that has come back. He was a coach for a little bit. Now he's playing again. You got Hex, who had time over at EG. Breeze, who obviously is a long-standing player in the scene, has kind of taken a little bit step back and is not the same player, kind of in the shadow of what he used to be, hoping to get back to the top. Fang from Complexity, who has always been kind of fabled to have a lot of potential, and he's still trying to prove it. And the same can be said with OC, of that Liquid tenure for 2 years, also playing on Extra Salt, got separated away from the likes of Fang, and now they're all coming in together. And it feels like on paper, this roster should be incredibly strong, but because it is not a roster that has not been together for a long period of time, it's not quite meshing.
Yeah, it's the real Phoenix roster. It's like built from the ashes of 3 different North American teams that have kind of bench players, disbanded, and moved parts around, and now we've put together the Frankenstein monster of North America. And I guess it's Canada's pride, right? It's technically a Canadian team with 3 of the core from Canada, so that's pretty cool. But you talk about, there's a lot of expectations, I guess, on the performance, just because of what we're seeing from these individuals at the highest level of the game. But domestically, it's not been really all that fantastic. Some good results from individuals, but the problem is they're not winning the matches that matter. They're not qualifying through. There's been so many online qualifiers they've played in over the last month or 2, and they just haven't been able to get in.
I want to twist the narrative on this, though, and I want to take it in a different direction. I want to frame it in the way that this team it's always been a team of maybes. You look at the players, it's always been a team of nearlies. And here you're kind of following the same trend of 4. Now they've been given this opportunity, been given this second chance. It's now up to themselves to prove to everyone that they belong on the biggest stage. Vito, what are we thinking here?
It's no longer a nearly, maybe it's a happening, but I'm thinking that we're obviously going to see Ancient banned out and nuked permits from these.
Yeah.
Well, basically the actually, hold up. These are both being banned out. Yeah. So Ancient will be banned out by Imperial. We'll see that come through now once it swaps around. I was thinking Overpass or Vertigo is a likely location. maybe on an off chance in Anubis.
I really like this ban from NRG for Mirage. They've been playing it quite a lot recently. It's been a bit hit and miss, and Imperial are incredibly strong on this map. Feels like they've got the better individuals at the moment in terms of form. So it's a fantastic ban for them. Vertigo gone out the equation. Again, that's kind of in the balance map, which leaves us potentially with Anubis. And I feel like there could be a trap here. And I wonder if we're going to see it in a minute when it pops up. I think Overpass is actually a little bit dangerous for Imperial. Despite them starting on this CT side, I feel like the way NRG set themselves up, if they wanted a map where they could have a run at Imperial, I feel like Overpass is the best choice.
Yeah, I feel like this is the best map it could have gone for.
Yeah.
I think it really sets us up for an exciting map here. And yeah, NRG, if you didn't know, they replaced Rocket, who withdrew from the event. So they actually lost to them, I think, in the last match. They ended up 2-3 at the very end of that closed qualifier. They had a pretty, the losses they had were against pretty good teams, right? They had a best of one loss to Complexity and Nouns, and then obviously the best 3 lost to Rocket. So it wasn't like they got wiped out by, the sort of lower tier of North America. It was definitely some strong opposition they had to go through to get here.
Yeah.
Imperial, they had a 3-1 run. The only game they lost was a best of one to BESTIA. Best of ones happen.
It's fine.
I think the thing with South America is if you look through basically any of these teams last 3 months, they're trading maps left, right, and center. But I will say Imperial have emerged as the top dog of the region as of late, it feels like. With all the maps they've been qualifying for, the form they've got coming into it, it feels like they're the ones to beat.
Yeah, this is a really exciting one, because when you take a look on the face of it, the way that Imperial are going to set themselves up is they're going to have Henny obviously be towards A with the AWP. They're going to have No Way supporting him over at Long, and he's going to kind of be the first point of contact over towards Toilets as well. And then you take a look on the other side, who's matching up against them for NRG. Well, over on A, the fight for Fountain, it's going to be Breeze, it's going to be OC as well. And I feel like there you've got a real opportunity to try and exploit No Way, because it's important, I guess, while we've got this pause to kind of talk about No Way and the story behind this player, because his first professional team in Counter-Strike, it's Imperial. He's a streamer turned into a player. Obviously stood in for Imperial a few times back when Fallen was on the squad. As I said, he's got a lot of promise, obviously lacks experience, and now he's here. And to be honest with you, he's been really surprising me. I've been very impressed with this kid's rise.
K Serrato's bold prediction as well when he was made the HTV in the top 20. So a lot of eyes on young Noe. He's going to be brought down low early as Daps sets his eyes on that target. Rest of the squad splitting on through. There are 3 CTs up here. Flashbang comes on over, but Phelps cops that one. Going to be falling on back. We're going to get a bit of a brawl over towards the bathrooms.
I really like this, though, from Imperial, because you've got Phelps that's playing a deep angle, and that means you've got the players to retreat over at long bathrooms, but Hex just overwhelms. This is the guy that has really been stepping up for NRG. A lot of reliance being placed on this youngster, and he's delivered with an opening kill. Breeze follows up as well. Bomb site belongs to NRG.
Yeah, bomb planted. Henny is an unknown element. You've taken down 2, including 1 towards long bathrooms, so you have no idea he's coming through here. Question is, how much trigger discipline? No, he's just going to go for the kill. And it's a silent shot. Oh, Henny, what a way to start the RMR. 3 quick headshots. Daps is going to trade one back. Vinny Kush down as well, so it's not all over. G&T coming on through with the dualies, and a headshot from OC will get it done.
I'll tell you what, though, what a start from Henny. The fact that NRG don't immediately turn around, because I got no idea where that's come from. But the 3rd shot is just divine from Henny. His last major appearance came in the grand finals with Immortals and PGL Krakow. And he's just given us an example and a reminder of who he is. That could have gone a little bit pear-shaped for NRG, but they pick up the pieces.
That major appearance with Zach as well, coach of this squad. So many major appearances between the members of this, with Phelps and Vinny in the mix as well. Forza from Imperial came down to the 1-on-1. They want to keep this fight going. Phelps a CZ user. See that every day. But 5-7's definitely come back into vogue.
He should rotate as well, Phelps. A player from Imperial that will have sort of long-range gunfights with the CZ. Probably not in this round. Good control being taken by NRG. And I like this a lot from Daps, because what he's doing, even though he's got a brother in arms, just tucked with Breeze, fundamentally, he can just go and run away with the Mag-10 and get all the information. Breeze just setting up smokes, causing rotations and being a nuisance. That's exactly what's happened. Look at Imperial, they're panicking.
Such a loud rotate.
Thank you very much. Doorway open. Red carpet rolled out potentially. Just got to get past the scout.
It's interesting it was such a loud and fast rotate because there wasn't any like threat outside of the utility. I think No Way had a slight lookout towards long, and there's been no contact since. And this pause from NRG is actually going to kind of bite them because Imperial are now realizing, yeah, actually that was a little bit of a fake. Caps has gotten so close though. This Mag-10's going to destroy Disney, running around the corner. That's actually Breeze that gets the kill. No Way, not cleared. He's able to get one before he's put down. That's that CZ actually comes through for a kill. Keeping it a 3-on-3, but smoke down. Site is taken.
Difficult though, because Phelps can still deny the bomb. He's at least made OC get off it. Trying to spray the Galil, can't do it. It's Vinny. Double kill with the 5-7, and NRG, they had 23 seconds left. They could have committed back. Hex was in towards the short water. They could have run away. They didn't need to shove it all in towards A. And Imperial, they'll capitalize on that. They'll take that all day long. They went out the force buy. NRG are now forced into a position where they've got to dump all their money into round 3. No bomb plant. And it's just really simple. It's all because Daps didn't clear a corner.
Yeah, exactly. If he'd actually looked towards Dice and found that second kill, the side it cannot be retaken at that point. So it came with some nice plays from the individuals in Imperial. Phelps getting that one, and then Vinny stepping through with the 5-7. Now they've bolstered their economy with 2 Galils and an AK. NRG have also going to have to force out that loss bonus.
Short the priority again. Hex leading. Nade goes a bit deep, but will clip just an ankle. And they're in. Round the corner, Tech 9s. Everyone is blind. Breeze only finds one with the Tech. And he's still got Vinny lurking by the barrels. This hit gets completely shut down. OC trying his best. Good scout to find on Phelps, but would need a number more, and the reload seals his fate. Only up to Fang in the 1 versus 3. The collection would need a few more. Bomb out of arm's reach. Would need to commit further into this bomb site, which sort of resets a monster.
Certainly doable. Fortunately, there's no rifle that's recoverable. He's up on the barrels, and I think No Way's positioning is going to allow a very quick trade. If Fang extends and doesn't even get the opportunity to do so, Vinny's elevated angle works on out. And it was a nice idea from NIG. I think the flashbang was actually perfect, but Imperial will just have rifles. They can just spray blindly at the position. Plus the numbers were there, right? There's 3 reinforcing. It was just a single avenue through short as well, which definitely made it simpler for them to lock down.
I think it was just also the speed in which the counter utility was dropped, because they dropped a smoke just next to the barrels and the pillar, which meant that NRG were funneled always into the bridge fight. You've also got a player that can rotate in from CT, so you're completely cordoned just into these rifles. And despite them being blind, they've got the numbers advantage. Ouch. Only a little bit of damage, but yet again, further audio. Henny wants to farm up some money to bring the sniper in.
He'd love to get that out early. Or at least enough to drop an M4 to No Way, who could maybe fund him his up. Unless he gets the ace, I don't see him being able to afford it. And RG are just waiting this one out, taking their time, seeing if they can coax anyone into these Glocks.
I just want to set up potentially a matchup and a position of the map that will really be tested potentially by NRG, and that is Connector. More often than not, when you take a look at the way that Imperial play Overpass, there's not a lot of reliance on having that area of the map. Fang can take the space early if he starts to accelerate, if that's something they've obviously discussed about pre-game. There's a real opportunity for them to split onto No Way, with Breeze and OC coming through long. I feel like that is definitely a weak point, because Hex is really good at taking short control. If Fang can then get the presence in towards Connector, that's a lot of deep coverage that NRG have got for basically minimal utility and minimal time. And that will keep Imperial at least rooted on these bomb sites, which is something that they've been really prioritizing in the first few rounds.
There's that ult for Henny. Dropped on over. They're really establishing the kind of meta control over towards A with the deep smoke. No Way Breeze tried to blow it open, I think. Way he's the one that meets his demise. Good. Breeze up does a bit of info. Phelps gonna have to drop off. No further pressure over towards A currently. That's where NRG are going to reset a couple of members.
That's a really nice way to position on B to hold connector. Especially when you've got your players going aggressive in the form of No Way just on the edge of the smoke. Nice little set piece to find the opener, and that just takes the sting out of all the pressure that NRG were trying to apply. They now have to be the ones to waste the time clearing every angle. At least Fang has got connector, but for Imperial, they know that the burden is on NRG to come into a bomb site. They can play incredibly passive, so they've got these quick rotates down to the opposite sites. Bomb collected, Hexed, space taken out Monster, Vinny just waiting patiently.
Yeah, same angle. When he went up against Tech9 earlier. Flashbang comes over, and it's just a perfect time to start firing. Smoke gets deployed defensively, and Vinny can get up over the top of that as well. Completely denies entry. That's all the way back. Deep. Monster gets removed. Imperial having no issues against the guns.
Yeah, really impressive as well, just to see Vinny and the positions he takes on this Imperial roster. Obviously leading and being the voice for this team, but you can tell that Phelps is that secondary one by him rotating, allowing Vinny more often than not to always play these smaller site anchor roles in which he's really kind of forged out his career on FURIA and now in Imperial. And that was just really simple. The molly goes in, it doesn't matter because he's already dropped a smoke that he can just jump on and see over the top. Signs of frustration showing for Hexed and the younger guns of NRG.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair for Hex, he timed the swing perfectly off the flash.
It's unlucky. And then the other one's unfortunate as well. It's just a smoke spam. It's interesting. 3 flashes, delayed. Again, just trying to get into this bomb site. Vinny reposition, long-range fight from heaven. It's simple. Smoke on the bomb site, though. Potential for a plant.
Yeah, great call to come B, and Ursi. Great shot with the Deagle. Keeps things even. He's going over the top, knows that fighting forward will be the way to get an advantage. Vinny, good for one, but traded by Breeze. No way, we're not ready. Breeze to continue accelerating, but he's found a kill. Phelps also coming over from heaven. And that's going to make it significantly harder for Fang to deny this bomb being defused.
Player timed out as well. Feel like you see Daps on the mini-map, he's not there.
That is unlucky. Oh, he's actually
unfortunate.
took the player off the defuse. Taken down, that's the most convincing round.
Yeah, and that's all because they've been able to get the short control fairly consistently. Hex hasn't had too much trouble. It's only been sort of peppered by nades. We've not yet to see Phelps go in there. Set up with flashbangs, it's been boosting, it's been quite passive. But that's because NRG haven't really been applying any of their normal pressure over towards the top side of the map. It feels for Imperial that they don't need to go for these plays in towards short. It's not necessary.
It is really cool to see NRG back in CS.
Yeah.
Right, such a big org in their time before they left and EG picked up the pieces. Breeze and Daps reunited as well.
Yeah, it feels like NRG have now gone in and picked up EG's pieces as well. So it's a complete recycling.
That is actually true.
Fortunately, we're back. No AWP for OC yet.
I think he could have actually got one out as well. Potentially if you forgoed some utility. No way he's feeling emboldened to fight forward.
Sorry, I feel like this is a real element of Henny's game that doesn't get talked about enough. The fact that he can be so aggressive, but he's also more than willing to be that support. We'll try and flash in his teammates. We'll try and set up No Way. And especially for a youngster, where we've already discussed, his time on the team has been quite short and his experience is relatively new. If you're flashing this player in and he's getting the kills, you're getting him hyped, that's best case scenario.
Yeah, setting up No Way is a massive element to the success of Imperial. Henny's going to know what to do if things go wrong as well. If No Way does get caught up early, Henny's more than adept at adapting to those situations. And okay, now we get to see it because No Way does fall out towards long. Henny is the solo player at A, gonna creep on through the bathrooms. Dap slowly approaches. Spotted. Barrel, and Henny barely needs to see him. One back his way. Pre-fire off the flash, but they're disengaging. Imperial has still kept bodies over here. Now they're going to be aware. Phelps gets brought down low from heaven, has to fall off the angle. Time is ticking on down, but the smoke forge still allowed the bomb to go in. See it on the back of OC. Vinny has found one. The Molotov isn't going to deny Vinny. He wants to keep on going. The spray doesn't convert. Fang gets one back. OC incredibly low in Fang. I think he might have just timed out. It looked like maybe he just froze up.
Yeah, looked like he just completely stopped. And again, that's incredibly unfortunate.
So unfortunate.
You take a look at that scenario as well. He's just bailed OC out of that round. He's got the kill. He's then trying to look up towards heaven. OC can then retreat.
It still was an incredibly difficult position. It was a 2-on-3. And OC had like 5 HP at that point.
It's just really proactive.
Definitely crashed that.
Proactive play from Decency and Vinny, though. The fact that they're just ahead of the utility.
Imperial are very fast to rotate. They are just scrambling immediately when there's some action or when a player feels isolated.
Yeah, especially as that contact was taken over towards toilets.
Mm-hmm.
But I like the fact it was slightly delayed to the point where as soon as No Way goes down, Henny's like, it's on my call or it's on my contact. If I fire off a shot, that's the kind of the trigger for you to rotate up. That's the necessary steps we need. But ultimately, you can keep players back at B. And how many times have NRG ended on this A bomb site outside of the pistol? One, maybe even none at this stage. So Imperial are now being conditioned to always stay over towards B. Also, when NRG get that kill onto No Way, and they take the space up toilet, you see that Daps is the only one throwing utility, but then gets caught off guard. There was enough in the pockets of NRG to actually re-exec and maybe throw a couple of flashbangs over towards A. That would at least guarantee one rotation of Phelps up towards the top side. It would keep Henny there for a couple more seconds. And when you've got the players over towards Monster, ready to go in towards B, sure, one player's a little bit delayed, but you can still fundamentally go in and have that numbers advantage.
While we have this moment, there is another player we haven't talked about on Imperial, and that is Decenty. Or we did a bit of research. We spoke to some South American players, and do you want to try the pronunciation you were told?
Yeah, it's just like the Sentai.
The Sentai. We don't want another Zaiwu Ziru situation.
So we're going to go with Decenty.
Decenty. But we've had the opportunity to cast him before, right? In the We Play Academy League, he was part of the FURIA squad.
Yeah.
Looks like Kawaz. It was kind of like those two. Who are now here, actually, at the RMR, which is a really cool storyline.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
They might end up facing each other at some stage, but they were kind of like the two that were kind of carrying the rest. It felt like they were kind of head and shoulders above the others on their team, which it's been great to see them elevated, right?
Yeah, no, definitely. And I feel like for me, what's cool is obviously we've got these stories. You think back to Mao's at the Rio Major, where it was the Academy stars that were elevating them. We've had it in Europe. We've also got it in South America with Kawaz on Pain, Decency here on Imperial. And Decency, a player as well that has obviously come from Oplano. And he gained a lot of experience whilst being on Oplano, played with the likes of VSM, KNG.
He was one of the best performers in that squad show,
Yeah,
he
was.
At the time.
Oh, he was. I got to cover him quite a lot when obviously the CCT events were ongoing. And what really struck me was, especially against domestic competition, is Decency always had this area of calm. There was a lot of chaos going on the server over multiple different maps. Decency, he would be involved in that. He'd definitely be part of the chaos. He'd try and create a lot of it. But at the same time, the way he approached each of these gunfights was very methodical. It felt like he knew at any moment where these players were going to come in. And it's a lot of sort of experience on a very young mind, and it's cool to see. And it's the same with No Way. It's one of those where, again, these two matchups, you've got these young stars that are now blended in with the experienced players like OC, Hext, Fang, coming in with Daps, Breeze.
Yeah, I think that's the big question that a lot of people have for Imperial. It's not around the experienced players, it's how well No Way and Decency are going to perform when it comes to the big games, when the pressure is on.
Pressure on.
And while the pressure is indeed on, fast out through Mods Monster, B has been the target that Daps wants to set. And this time, he's going to find that kill onto Phelps. Wants to scale on forward. Smoke is good, Molotov great, isolating these players that had short control. You have 3 players from CT, from the CTs in towards short. One in heaven, who's made his position known. They have the advantage in the retake, but it's an odd position to come from. Oh, flash through, trying to set up Fang, knowing they need to get an advantage early. Now it becomes incredibly difficult. Daps is low hexed, cops a HE, and now it's all on to the young gun. First kill is his, and nice double swing. No Way over the top. Ensures success, and Imperial bounce back 7-1.
It's just by getting the last little steps over the line for NRG. It's quite clear they've been able to get into this bomb site round on round, and they've done that through a variety of different methods. They have had the fast approach here, where it's just everyone through Monster. They've conditioned Imperial, we want to take short. So on this round with lesser weaponry, we'll just run it through Monster, hoping you go for a play like that. That's exactly what happens, but on the retake, Imperial just got too much, not only when it comes to their numbers, but also they've got a lot of utility because it was such a fast hit. Unfortunately, the Hex is the guy that has the flashbang. If Daps is there where he's standing a little bit further back, it would have gone deeper, it would have affected them more.
Would you get the AWP out in OC now? So he's going to be going over towards A, and perhaps that's going to signal some intention on that side of the map. They've got con control. They're managing to fight through Fountain, so it does feel like they want to actually put some pressure on over here, because Imperial aren't really feeling anything on A, which is allowing them just to empower their B defense consistently.
A lot of utility being used here from Imperial to show that they are respecting the fact that NRG have been taking this area of the map. You can see as a response to utility being depleted on B, rather than pushing forward as so often Henny and No Way have been doing, they recoil. Because there's not a clear concrete answer to, are there players in our utility? Are there players in short? No, playing passive, setting up. It makes it ever so much more difficult for OC to get involved.
I was wondering why he was jiggling with the HE there. It was to throw forward if he gets contact. Doesn't spot anything. Oh, for a second he might get flashed through. Also one thrown over. See, Phelps has actually rotated up to A as well. And now the flash comes through. No Way dodges it to perfection. Can't get the second though, but Henny's here to support. And now they have to continue to push forward. The shadow's seen, but OC doesn't care. Takes down the CT AWPer. And now Phelps tucked into the corner, can't get either kill. A lot of damage done. And the HE over the top is deadly. The time is ticking down. They need a plant, and it needs to be stuck. Vinny wins the round purely off that. Decency just runs away, and Breeze can't do anything.
Yeah, great job by Imperial. It's just Phelps tucked in the corner. They line up for him, and from there, communication spotless. Can just drop the nades. It's simple. Vinny can go through the smoke. Ultimate denial. If the bomb goes down in that situation anyway, it feels very difficult to try and retake that because you're stuck behind smokes in towards bank and dumpster. So Vinny makes the ultimate play of, I will try and potentially sacrifice my life, but at the trade-off of winning a round. Bomb not down for NRG. Again, things are just constantly in this yo-yo of one by here, one by there, consistently surrounded with pistols is this all.
Yeah, NRG are actually managing to get the bomb down more often than not, which is kind of a nice nod to the strength of Imperial's retakes and how fast they are at suffocating NRG. They didn't quite get the bomb down there, but you know what I mean? They took the bomb site. B's been planted on plenty of times.
Probably not this one. It's hard. Take a look at the util that's left for NRG. One nade, one molly, one player in Fang over towards Connector. Rest of NRG's scale, they take Playground's control, they're moving as a unit, they want to try and, at the very least, set this AWP up for success. But by being very vocal over towards B, that's at least prevented Imperial from making too many guesses of where they are. But because there hasn't been any pressure applied with util, that's why these smokes can be held for so long. Another one dropped by Henny, even blows it open for himself. It's too easy for the sniper, who finds that head-to-head onto OC.
Gets his revenge, and oh my god, he almost gets hexed. Just a random shot through, but that's traded. Hex does actually find his revenge. No way.
Oh.
Out towards long, can support. Phelps gets deleted, and they know he's here. Great Molotov forces no way into the firing line, and Fang with a shot to the head. Bomb being planted, and does go down. Decent swinging on through. The AWP on the line, 2 AWPs in fact, and both of them chime in for a kill apiece.
Yeah, really well done from NRG there, and it's all about the timing of the execute as soon as you get the kill. The trade on towards the AWP, you know the player's out long because you just killed one of your friends, but it doesn't matter. You know that that rotate time is going to be so difficult. So you accelerate, you scavenge these guns off the floor, and you constrict. Fantastic utility as well. The molly over the top towards long to force the fight. The flashbang through that goes deep on the CT rotates. NRG play that one spectacularly.
And you see a little bit more of that from NRG. Already a change up from Imperial. We've got 3 players over this direction. A double up into connector, the AWP, and Phelps' rifle. Door blown, and Henny delivered a kill on a platter. And now Phelps, this is the intention of his position here. A bait and switch. The AWP fires off, runs back. Never going to be ready for Phelps here. How thorough is Fang? Oh, not at all. Not at all.
Thinks the molly spread. Thinks the molly spread in the back corner because he threw one that goes a little bit deeper to kind of get rid of Henny off that angle. But Henny is on this one instead over at long. And now you've got this quick rotate of Phelps up towards the connector. He can join with No Way, and Henny can remain rooted over towards here. Breeze and Daps trying to piece it together, but it's just not happening. Look at Phelps. Bomb drop, round done. 9 for Imperial on their defense.
Nothing Daps can do here. It's picked apart one by one, and it felt like they never really got a fair chance in that round. Imperial were just suffocating. After the opening pick, the bait setup is perfect, and Phelps in that position where the molly doesn't spread. When he's hearing Fang being loud, he just knows that kill is his.
That's the first time as well Imperial have even shown that they're interested in connector. It's something that we spoke about a few rounds ago. Fang's been getting it for free. There's no one really that's been there. This time it's a double-layered setup, so even when you see one, you're still surprised, then you're never, ever expecting Phelps to be in that corner.
Yeah, really cool change-up, and I think that's the really interesting part of this Imperial squad is that there's probably been a lot of questions around Vinny taking up the mantle of IGL on this team. Obviously, he's worked under some of the very best, but, you know, there's questions as to how far can he take this Imperial squad. We're seeing some great stuff out the strat book today. Some good variations. The retakes, the comms have all been on point. That's a bold choice to push to the short smoke. It actually almost works. Hex is fully blinded by that.
That's eager. Just as we're praising Imperial, they do something a little bit crazy, but you can forgive them. No Way is being held by Breeze at the moment. Leg spotted. You see Breeze's mouth's moving. But that might be the hesitation now for NRG to go in towards this B-bomb site because No Way's cleared all of this. Breeze gets the kill. Nearly. Would love the kill. Is trying to get it, and he will. And that now creates space up A.
Really had to hunt that one down.
Ooh.
Does convert. That's going to keep Henny occupied over here. They haven't moved this setup, though. Knowing how deep the T's were, and the fact they were holding that push, they know that it's a setup for B. Bomb can come through pretty free. Vinny, it should be a known element that short is compromised. They were never able to clear it. The fight came through. Vinny gets the first kill for free. He's going to jump up on over. Trying to get fancy with it, and it is beautiful. A second kill for him before he's traded. Still keeps the advantage with NRG. Decent D catches off Fang on that lurk. Puts it back into the 2-on-2. Time is going to be an issue. Henny has a completely open line of sight. That's going to go for the plant. Henny doesn't peek off it.
Fair enough. That's brave. They've used both their mollies. They have to play crossfires. Breeze just walking into the open. There needs to be a trade, and there can't be. Decency finds both. And that's Imperial up to double digits.
Henny not even required. That one felt like one of the best opportunities for NRG to at least close out with 3, which feels like a position you can work from. Now, Overpass is a CT-sided map. We're not on the new patch. If you're wondering, you might have seen PGL posted. We are playing on the patch prior to this, before the spawn changes. So it's still very much in the favor of the CTs. And we've seen teams come back from worse.
Yeah, we have. And also, look, if you take a look at these rounds, just kind of at a macro level, sure, it hasn't worked, but the identity of what NRG wanted to achieve was there. They wanted to go for B. They knew it was a weakness, and they did exploit it in a number of occasions. It was just getting the last little pieces just over the finishing line. That's really been the struggle. And you know what? It's sort of almost ironic, because that is kind of how this NRG roster has really come into CS. It has always been this last little bit, that qualification game to make it in so many different events, including the PGL CS2 Americas RMR. It's a burden that weighs heavy. It's Decenty's bullet through the brain of OC to kickstart the Imperial attack. And it's got no signs of slowing down. Up long they go.
Whole pack's moving out. Breeze is going to get the info. Will be cleared, of course. But, oh, that's a shot from Breeze. Looking for more. He's going to fall off the line. He's getting hounded down. And Decenty from the playground. Party. Having a party. Dav's not spotting anyone long as Imperial are going to pause. Agility comes on out. He knows exactly what's going on. Fang cleared. Didn't even get to respond. Decenty continuing the damage. Flank being held for. Hex's dualies do get the best of him. But he is the sole remaining member of this NRG squad. And this pistol was required. It was necessary. And it's not going to be.
Just brutal. Even the slowdown right in the mid-round for Imperial, just pausing for just 10 seconds, it just means that Hex starts to doubt, he then starts to take map control, and they're just completely isolated from one another. That rotation time is so far away. These shots are so clean, even having the little presence of mind from Decenty to hold from Party, to kill Breeze as he's falling back, and then to clear the close corners of Fang. Every single kill was in isolation.
Yeah, you can see they're very happy about that one. Energy have to force. I feel like I'm getting deja vu from the map we just cast. South American dominance on the B stream. He gets the opener onto Fang. OC might get an opportunity. Can't quite hit the flick. OC needs a kill, so he's sticking around, hunting. Looking for a tag at the very least, but it's denied. Daps is 5-7. Can't find its mark. Now No Way can activate. There's two players. Oh, did he mean the jump? It doesn't matter. Jumping Jack Flash. X and Daps hit the deck. OC does finally find the kill with the scout. Two players are in one-shot potential for him. And both CDs are on this E bomb site. I think all Imperial need to do is just send a player into B just to check what's going on.
Breeze is behind you.
Oh no.
Henny, he's also behind you. It's like a pantomime in the toilets. And NRG, they're going to clear all of it. They're going to deem it clear. They might even go down connector. But no.
Oh, Henny's going to be in the back lines of Breeze. No, Breeze is going to go around the corner.
Rude awakening for long
the fight
toilets.
towards long, yeah. OC. Good night.
How's he got there? He was there the entire time, hidden in plain sight. And as Imperial marching their way towards map point. So rough. And for Breeze, look, you're hoping to hold on to your head armor, your kit, your smoke. You'd be the prized possession owner of the most valuable weapon for NRG coming up into this one. That was a force. That was with the scout. That was with the 5-7. You're operating with basically nothing on the NRG side. And although, yes, it does feel very similar to what we got out of our first game on Nuke, NRG's T side looked a lot better than that of Wildcards, is what I would say. I don't think they're as happy as the playground poster.
No, I dare say no jubilations in the NRG camp right now. But it is worth, putting the asterisk next to their performance in that they didn't know they were getting this call up until the last minute. Cramming the preparations in. They've been given a lifeline. If they can grasp it. Very nice boost. Has fun at home. Don't stand on top of your friends' heads on playgrounds. Slippery slopes.
Yeah.
Don't try that one at home.
Try in the server.
In the server, guys. In Minecraft.
Good call from Imperial as well. Just a flat default. Just in case there's going to be a stack. And Imperial have been doing this a lot. Throwing smokes, then blowing them open with nades to try and have this element of surprise. Because then they can also do that in the future. We might see it in a game where they blow open the smokes and go around the corner on the other side. Decency finds daps. This could be the beginning of the end here. I think they're going to disrespect this utility. I think they're just going to go in.
Well, Breeze has the Galil, which is the best weaponry. He's completely alone. You think he'd just drop a smoke before the hit comes through? Okay, yeah, it is going to land. So at least he can try and focus on one angle.
He needs to rotate. You can hear all this utility. Breeze communicating, please guys, come over. 25 seconds. He could deny something here on the edge of the smoke. Breeze nearly with the double. Here comes the utility for NRG. Here comes the cavalry, but it's just not enough. 4 on 2. Hexton Fang with the MP9s. Trying to piece together this retake that feels improbable. And that's because it probably is. One trade here or there, but it's Hex revealing himself. Phelps, Henny low. But Vinny always residing in the backlines, in the water, letting his teammates do the dirty work while he comes in for the profit. And that'll be that. Henny will secure it. Imperial will do it. 13-2 against NRG.
A blistering start for Imperial, who come in as one of the South American favorites, and they look just like it. What a dominant start to their RMR run. Smiles on the faces of these players who have seen RMRs time and time again, and NRG, not the outing they wanted on their first day. They'll be facing elimination best of 3s for the rest of their run.
And look, you do have to try and take positive first. I will be that guy, guys. I will try and add a little bit of a positive spin. And that is, Imperial look vulnerable on that B side of Overpass. And if the individuals were just better right at the very end in those aim fights, that game would have looked a lot different. That scoreline would not have been 13-2. But the reality is that it was one-sided, and Imperial looked unbelievable.
Yeah, NRG did get into the bomb sites a lot, you know, and there was a few rounds that could have gone the other way. You think of that, where the bomb plant was denied and they lost to time. So, you know, there's something to be said for NRG's game approach. It definitely felt like they'd identified issues, were able to capitalize on it. It was just the closing that was missing.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And what we really like is, we talked about the one where Vinny denies the bomb at time. Here, as soon as that bomb is planted, you can see how aggressive Imperial are being. They are giving NRG no room to set up in these afterplants. That really was the nature of the game. Imperial gave NRG really limited opportunities to set up whenever they took some space of map control. There was always pressure on the other side of the map, there was always quick rotations, and there was always utility left to cut NRG out.
Also great to see the youngsters stepping up.
Yeah.
No Way and Decency both putting in some good performances. There was the double kill we saw in the highlight feed for Decency in the final round of the first half, which was really clean, and No Way, you know, in a very pivotal position as the rifler on A. You put your 2 best players on A, right? So for No Way to be put into that position and to be able to frag out is a fantastic sign. And Vinny as well, right? 17 frags. He was anchoring that monster like nothing else.
Yeah, and it's cool to really see that Vinny is kind of just keeping his spots while still calling at the same time. And that really, again, gives credit to Imperial. You can tell the high-level communication that they have, because sometimes it's your IGL that will either run in first or on the CT side might play rotate to get a broader picture of the map in the rounds. But no, Vinny, very reliant on his teammates.
Yeah, great game from Breeze on the other side. As you can see, actually toe-to-toe with Henny in terms of the amount of damage he was having. It kind of felt like, you know, we weren't seeing a lot from Fang and OC, but on some level, we got to say, I mean, this was basically just one half of a map, and it's T-side overpass. So I don't know if it's the best display, best opportunity for these two individuals to be able to shine, particularly OC, right?
Yeah, and also for Fang as well. Like, he was in Connector for the majority of the game, and there was no one in Connector apart from one round. So there's kind of all these little caveats you can throw on. The reality of the situation is NRG are now one map away from being eliminated, because if you get 2 losses, you're immediately gone. You can't qualify. So there's so much pressure on these BO1s, and the fact that you get blown out 13-2, that really doesn't help the morale. But fortunately enough, there's no more games today for them. They can reset and go again.
Yeah, and I don't know if we'll be able to see who will be up next. I think it depends on how the A stream has been going along.
Yeah.
I imagine we're probably a lot ahead of them because we've had some pretty quick games. So I imagine all the guys that just finished up will also be watching the A stream just to see how those maps are going, because we won't know the matchups until the final games finish. And we've had some upsets today, which means that who knows who's going to match up against anyone, because some of the seeding's crazy. We've got Liquid coming through, I think, number 15, which means they could match up against FURIA or Complexity in round 2. So who knows what it's going to look like.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Look, we had a very quick day here on the B stream. Complexity 13-6 against Elevate. The Oddik M80 game was really interesting to watch. I was 13-10 in favor of M80, and then we just had 13-2 Red Canids wildcard. No, sorry, 13-1, 13-2 Red Canids wildcard, and then 13-2 here for NRG and Imperial. So that is a quick day one of the Americas RMR.
Great day in the office if you're a South American fan.
True.
I personally kind of peg Imperial as kind of one of my favorites, right, to go through. I definitely feel like they're going to make the whole run, and the way they looked coming out the gate here is really positive signs. And I think just what we've seen from the South American teams today has been really solid. But for North America, maybe a moment just to breathe and hopefully come back tomorrow feeling a little bit, stronger in spirit.
Yeah, exactly. And coming back tomorrow is exactly what we're going to do over on the B stream, because that is the end of the broadcast for us. Games still ongoing on that A stream, so make sure you go over and check them out. But for now, that is all from us. Good night, take care, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Level up your gaming space with metal posters from Displate. Hang your Displates in seconds. Swap them whenever you like. Get official art from your favorite games on a uniquely designed metal canvas, and choose from thousands of posters. Join over 3 million collectors now. Your wall upgrade is here. Shop now at Displate.com.
Players are changing. Countries are changing. The game has changed.
Times it to perfection. And simple.
It's Olaf who's on top of the box, though. He's got 3 and he's looking for a 4. That is incredible. And Rain, he steps away.
The best tournament, the best bookmaker at the same